Rosaria. It's been 13 years.
But this breeze, the smell of the grass, it's just as I remember it.
You haven't been back either?
I couldn't. Rand did keep a close watch on each other in the Imperial Army. You'd get beheaded just for knowing a deserter. The only way out was on a mission.
I see.
But mostly I was afraid. Afraid to go back.
I know.
But I'm here now. Thanks to you. We should press on. That inn at the top of the hill must be Martha's Rest. Gav said the landlady's a friend.
But can we say the same for her patrons?
Imperials don't tend to take well to those with my mark. If anyone asks, I'm a branded soldier, sworn to protect my noble mistress.
Look at the fuse on this one. Explains why there's a premium on Imperial.
It's over! Stay down! never finished building the bridge then?
After what happened at Phoenix Gate, it didn't seem the highest priority.
Oi! Stop and give me an hand. Here, you couldn't give me an hand, could you? Typical. Bloody bearer. And just when I thought my luck had changed. Still, better a crumb of crystal than an empty hand, I suppose. Though it pains me to use another man's branded. Here, you understand me, don't you? I need your help. These blasted birds must have caught a whiff of my cargo, and now they've got me surrounded. And it was funny late as it was. I've got something special needs delivering before the rest, but I dare not leave my cart untended. You couldn't run it up to Martha's Rest for me, could you? Needs to get there quick, mind.
Fine.
That's the spirit. All right. Here. You hand that to the stable master and no one else. I'm owed a little something for it. If he gives it to you, pass it along to your master by way of thanks. Be off with you then, and don't go taking any detours on the way.
Here we are. Martha's Rest.
That's one of our branded. Do we take him in?
Good girl. You get some rest now.
It's with his mum. Are you the stable master? I was asked to deliver this to you.
This is for me, right enough. Not sure what some bearer's doing bringing it to me, though. Where's that fool of a peddler got to?
He couldn't come himself. His cart's surrounded by wild chocobos.
Sounds about right. He'll have it full of Gizal greens, no doubt. Crammed with him, if I know him.
Gizal greens.
Chocobos go mad for them, don't they? And if you forget to seal the cart up tight, the smell gets out, and birds come running from miles around. Don't get me wrong. They're a fine investment for a savvy merchant, especially around these parts. But you can't get greedy, as our mutual friend is learning the hard way. Still, I got my wares, and that's all that matters. Be sure to pass your master my regards.
You barely have to step out your front door.
Gav claims.
Let's go and find out, shall we?
He goes to Eastpool, leave him in the park.
It was good, honest work building the aqueduct.
Back when we had proper leaders and proper trades.
Excuse me. Would you happen to be the landlady?
Depends who's asking, and why they have an Imperial bearer with them.
For protection, which hopefully won't be needed. If you can advise me on the safest route to the west.
It's your friend here I'd be worried about. Bearers don't have an easy time of it in Rose area. Even a Stratton lad like him might attract the wrong kind of attention. And if he gets nabbed, it ain't likely to end well for you either.
Then we'll just have to stay out of the malicious way. Gav said he might be able to help us.
Follow me. Sorry for before. Can't be too wary of strangers asking questions in our game. I'm Martha, an old friend of Sid's. He said he had high hopes for a bearer who joined recently. I expect that's you. So, where is it you're headed?
For Phoenix Gate. We have questions that need answering.
Is that so? Well, if you want to avoid the garrison, the road through Eastpool's your best bet. Or it would be, if the bridge hadn't collapsed. A right bloomin' nuisance it is. We've had no trade with the village for weeks. I did ask our carpenter to take a look at it. But he went out on another job, and he hasn't come back.
Do you think something might have happened to him?
Fingers crossed he's just taking his time. The alternative don't bear thinking about.
We'll find him. And make sure he's safe. We both need that bridge repaired. Your carpenter sounds like the man to do it.
I see why Sid's got such a soft spot for you. If you could, I'd be in your debt.
You said that he went out on a job?
Right. He went down into the marshes to check on another bridge. The one by the Fallen Gate.
The marshes were dangerous at the best of times. We should hurry.
There's a ladder to the side of the gate. That's the quickest way down, if you've a head for heights. His name is Bernard. Should you find him well, tell him Martha sent you, and that he's wanted at the bridge to Eastpool.
To the marshes, then. Let's find that ladder.
There he goes to Eastpool.
Here's the gate. And that must be the ladder.
I don't care what your orders are, Brandon.
Get away from me!
What was that?
It came from under the bridge. Come on.
There he is.
Hold on, we're coming!
Stay down!
That's enough.
Thank you, my lady. You saved my life.
Not at all. You're Bernard the carpenter, yes?
I am. I didn't realize my name was known so widely.
I'm a friend of Martha's. She asked us to come and find you.
Well, I'm very grateful for it. I just finished checking these piles when I turn round. I see a gang of slavering monsters looking to feast on my flesh. If you hadn't come when you did, I'd have been snipped into strips by now.
We're just glad you're safe.
I best go and give my regards to the landlady then, eh?
Actually, she asked that if we found you, we should beg you make haste to repair the bridge to Eastpool.
Of course. I said I'd take a look at it, but it clean slipped my mind. I'll head up there straight away. The trusses are still sturdy. It's just a matter of replacing the stringers and relining the deck. I'll have it done in no time.
Thank you, Bernard. We were hoping to take the road to Eastpool ourselves. We're very grateful for your help. And sorry for asking this of you after what you've been through.
I owe you my life. Fixing a bridge is the least I can do. Thank you, my lady. And you too, son. You're with Sid, ain't ya? Me and him, we go way back. Not as far as Martha, mind, but far enough.
I see.
Well, I best get cracking then. You go and let Martha know I'm all right, and she'll have her bridge back soon enough.
We will.
The bridge will be fixed when it's fixed, all right?
I was supposed to be in Eastpool yesterday.
You ain't pulled that sword from its scabbard in days. You're back. What happened? Did you find Bernard?
We did. He's fine, and he'll have the bridge to Eastpool repaired soon.
Well, thank the Founder for that.
It was lucky we found him when we did. The creatures out there are not to be trifled with.
It's the Blight's fault. They've nothing to eat in the north, so they come down here hunting for food. He can't keep going out alone. I'll have to arrange a guard for him. But anyway, thank you. I don't have a lot to offer in return, but you're welcome to rest here until the repairs are finished.
We'd be delighted.
Can I get you a drink or anything while you wait? Flagon of Imperial Gold, perhaps? Tastes like swill, but it'll slake a thirst.
No, thank you. I prefer the truth. About why there are so few bearers around here.
Yes. There were more of them when we were young. Far more.
Is this the Empire's doing? Have they been sent away?
They have, aye. Either to the Legions or Oriflamme. Seems the miners at Drake's Head are having a hard time keeping up with demand of late, so the bearers make up the shortfall. Time was they used to dole out crystals like sugar plums even down here in the provinces, but not anymore. Nowadays, they'll jump at any excuse to confiscate our bearers so they can be put to work elsewhere. I always knew the Empire treated their branded like shit, but after seeing it with my own eyes, well...
Ah, Thea! Congratulations on the new arrival. And you got the little laddie with you?
It was a bearer. The boy I carried for 9 long moons. A bloody bearer.
Oh, you poor thing. You gave it to the constables, then?
Just left it at the garrison, aye. Let them deal with it. Couldn't wait to be rid of the blasted thing. Been wanting it gone since the moment I found out.
Well, it's all dealt with now. So no harm done, eh?
Mum, you weren't my brother, was he?
No. But you'll have one soon enough. You just have to be patient. All right?
All right.
Unbelievable, innit? Bearers may have been looked down on back in Archduke Elwin's day, but they were still human beings. Now they've fallen so far, a beggar wouldn't spit on them. Since you're not drinking, do me a favour and take that to the Abbey. There's a darkness at the heart of this world, and I'd have you see it.
And we'll see it at an abbey?
Glademond Abbey, on the shore of Sorrowise Bay. The abbot there is a friend. Tell him Martha sent you, and he'll show you what I mean.
Understood.
Make sure you're aiming that at the fish there, son. Keep them nice and fresh.
Fresh cuts, fresh cuts. Get your fresh cuts here.
I knew that children were tested, that a bearer's fate was decided at birth.
And assumed it was best for all concerned. I know. But for a child to be blamed, to be hated by its parents through no fault of its own.
We knew nothing of what it meant to be born that way, did we?
No. There's the Abbey. What darkness awaits us within, I wonder.
Let's go and see.
Stay down! That's enough. It's over.
Good day to you. I'm afraid the Abbey is not open for public prayer. May Grieger go with you?
We came to offer a donation. From Martha.
I see. Then please, follow me.
I don't want to die. Please, Father. Show me for the pain. I beg you.
The light, it fades. I don't want to die alone.
It's all right. I'm here.
Who are these people?
Martha's bearers. She entrusted them to my care, that I might ease their suffering. To the extent that I can. For the time they have left.
The curse has taken them. All of them.
As it does every bearer forced to use their gift. With each draw on the ether, their bodies petrify, till all that remains is stone and pain, and so they are cast aside. There is nothing either Martha or I can do to change that, but we can at least strive to make their final hours a little more bearable. Have faith, my son, for you shall rise again, and find the happiness denied you in this life.
Thank you, Father.
I must offer you my own thanks for the medicine you so kindly brought. Now, their final moments may be moments of peace. When next you see Martha, pray tell her that 2 more have succumbed.
We should get back to Martha's Rest.
Yes, we should.
you're back. Thanks for taking care of that.
The abbot had a message for you. 2 more have succumbed.
I see. Come upstairs. So, now you know, eh?
I've seen plenty of bearers die on the battlefield. But never like that.
And all because they were born different. The powers that be can't take away their gift, so they strip them of their humanity instead. Oh, there's plenty who pity a bearer's plight. But so long as we're content to sit around, weeping for those on whose broken backs we're carried, we ain't gonna change nothing.
And so you lend Sid your strength?
What little of it I have. Used profits from this place to buy the poor buggers.
So when the abbot told us the bearers were yours...
Aye, they're my property, at least by law. Any still fit to work fetch a price beyond my means. All I can do is care for those who are past mending. But it's not all doom and gloom. Bernard's finished fixing that bridge for you. You can carry on to Eastpool now. You got questions that need answering, ain't you? Well, I wish you luck.
Thank you, Martha.
Oh, I almost forgot. Sid and I have other friends in Rosaria. Wear this and they'll know you for one of us. And know that you will always be welcome here.
If you made it this far, I honestly have to say, this game is nowhere near as fun as Final Fantasy VII. Some of these missions are so downright boring unless I make fun of them. And then they become a little bit fun. Now, there's 2 things I like about this game so far. That's it. How they integrated the monster symbol things, which I still don't 100% understand, but how they took them from previous games and attached them into like giant monsters. That's kind of neat, and like the branded part and how they harness that power. And 2, the best part about this game, which so far there's few of these, is when you transform into a giant monster and you don't command the monster, but you actually play the monster and fight a giant monster. And it's not a Godzilla piece of shit game. It's an actual good Godzilla game play. So it's like then that PS4 Godzilla. Other than that, so far, that's it. I mean, I have to say that I'm trying to find things that I like about it, but so far, it's so bleak in so many places. And this mission here is a main mission, I guess, about building a bridge or some shit. Why do I need a fucking bridge? I could just bend, when I can just go, my character has superpowers. I don't get it. And these people treat me like shit. And it's like, I don't know. The character's having some kind of fucking personality disorder or association with thinking he killed his brother when he probably did, but he might have not. Like, is that the main plot? So, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to finish this. I'm doing other things on the side, multitasking, and every time I cross this, it becomes an awkward hedge or weird cornfield that has a piece of candy in the middle of it. And I gotta ask, is it worth going through all these tedious obstacle courses just to get a piece of candy that probably has mold on it at this point? Something like that. Alright. As, what's that obsession the Russian bastards have? Oh, Z26. What's it supposed to mean? Good night, I guess. Means good night. Like ZZZ.
You were right, Sid. It really is them. Lord Rosfield and Lady Warwick have come back to us. And long may they stay.
Sid.
Ah, Clive. You're not where I left you.
Hurt your hand.
I did, aye. With 1,000 little lightning bolts. Can't fling them around the way I used to. Think of it as my decoration for long service and exemplary misconduct. But you didn't come here to compare war wounds.
We didn't.
Thank you, Sid. For everything.
If you want to leave, that's your lookout. I'm sure you'll have a long and happy life together if you stay out of my way.
Sid!
Oh. I knew a girl, back in the day. She was a slave to her fate, just like you. I wanted to save her. For a while, I even thought I could. But just because you think something doesn't make it true.
Sid.
I'm no savior. Just a conceited old fool. I talk about people forging their own futures. But instead of handing them the hammer, I beat them with my own. And if no bugger wants to listen to what you've got to say, you might as well keep your gob shut. But Clive, I will say this. You're not a monster. You're the same man you've always been. Accept that, and you may yet escape your fate.
My fate?
Look, lad, you've had a hard life. And I don't see it getting much easier. You might not be able to save anyone else, but at the very least, you can save yourself.
I'll try.
Jill. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to talk, but I trust she'll take good care of the boy.
Yes, I will.
Is that the last of it?
Aye.
We best head back then. Wouldn't want to keep Nan waiting. Ta-ra then.
Okay. There's a future for Final Fantasy, including I can even see a live action movie, especially if they brought something like Cloud and Tifa and all of them together, like found the right casting for Final Fantasy VII. This could make a really good TV show, Final Fantasy 16, if it was done correctly. Movie, it would. I doubt it. But this, I feel like the story plot, like if they went like with the monsters and being branded and stuff, like all that stuff has a premise there that I think that would captivate an audience. Maybe for 4 to 5 seasons only, though. After that, I don't know. I don't think it'll hold, but it might not even make it that far. But I know that there's something that will definitely sell for at least 3 seasons. If they did it correctly. But I doubt it. At the same time, because I don't think they would do this correctly. Financially correctly, even. So, but I think Final Fantasy VII, with the right cast, and if they did it correctly, keywords did it correctly, shit fails a lot. And it's not always because it's bad, though. Like, there's some good content that fails financially. But, there's certain types of audiences. And video game market has its audience. Movies have what I call sometimes the lazy audience that wants to sit back and do nothing but watch or read a movie and be taken over and do nothing mostly, but pretty much. But that's why I said it's more fun making movies than watching them. Definitely, even if the movie's garbage, it's fun, and the experience with the people is absolutely something that you should at least experience at least once in your life. And then after that, there's a lot of stuff where things can go wrong. You read things and you read people. And this is what I said just recently, even, was that define a bad actor, even. Because some people, I read a lot of comments, a lot of negative comments as well towards other people. I follow a lot of people, and I also follow their followers. And I read quite a bit of the negative comments as well. And they still count because of the numbers. You know, numbers. And, well, the truth is, most of them are so negative or have such bias in what they want. So sometimes I think about making a movie fail on purpose. To captivate a certain type of audience and to send a message. Right? So but you have a lot of different things like, what is a bad actor? To me, a bad actor is, not... See, people have preferences. It's not necessarily like something like The Room, right? The Room is glorified, is known to be, one of the worst movies ever made, supposedly. But in a way, it's not, because it's a comedy. It's a certain type of comedy that is for a certain type of audience. It's an awkward cringe, even though it's trying to be something. It works in a different kind of way for some people. So in a way, it could still be like, if you're really trying for something and it goes a different way, that's bad acting, right? Now, if you're going in trying to make it awkward, but then lying about it afterwards, perhaps saying that you weren't, that could actually change the vibe or the energy of the movie. So, in this case, sometimes you might be surprised on, because a lot of these people lack on patterns, what they're going to be, their mindset, and people do it in the real world. They lose themselves to the art, or they make their own art. They get created by other people's art, or they create their own art a lot of times, or they create other people's art, recreate, and different stuff. And it's soul connectivity, and has so many trolls out there that are watching movies that are trying to dictate the audience in send them in a spiraling way towards like the Vikings, type stuff. There's a lot of movie watchers that are Vikings by psychologically. They're psychologically Vikings, and they're spiritually Vikings. And what I know Vikings to be are, well, recreators in a lot of ways from the origin, like their own perspective, and some trolling, some having, quite a bit of them having a negative, way of life. Quite a bit of them, actually. Not going to beat around the bush. Quite a shitload of them. There were rogue ones, you could say. But if you're born in a shitty family and everybody knows about it and they're not very welcoming of where you come from, then it could be very hard on a person to even escape. Especially if democracy or a bunch of people in a group debate your fate verbally and physically, which is way worse, because then they will go to great lengths to make it so you are pretty much their responsibility, like they own a person. Think about why superhero movies with the female role never succeed. Like, I don't know any that have succeeded. So, it could be a good movie, and it literally and how many times I've walked into a GameStop or somewhere and how sexist the males are, and the females will a lot of times agree as well, because the females actually, not all of them, but some of them, and then people will look at them, and it's this stigmatization on the superior strength being transferred over to a gender role, which is fucking ultimately stupid. Or a lot of times it's actually intelligent if you're thinking like Viking wise, like deceitful though, like emotive, and it could work for some people. So there's a lot. It's all a bunch of psychological games in lifestyles and cultures. We don't live in a honest government. Even to this day, it's not an honest government. It's a secretive, deceitful, manipulative one, like 90% of the time. Out of a house of 100, it's still toxic when it comes to that. It's like the great lie that people tell you that is that white lies are okay. You see, like, the moment we surrender to that and say it's okay for a white lie, then who defines what a white lie is? You start to have, like, control over what it is, what defines it. And it's like, okay, well, this is okay private, but that isn't. Or this is okay secret, but that isn't. You see, it's like this, believe it or not, it becomes more of a numbers game. And then it's like voting and bickering back and forth. That's why, even if you had a good president, everything they do, yes, good or bad, can be undone. That's part of the thing with democracy, is that it's not designed to do anything permanent but support psychological abuse, mostly, and being creative about it. And that's where the white lies come in. So it's still a failed structure. It's just a favored one, more popular one. Same thing with capitalism. So it's all these numbers and mathematical equations. It's like, oh, well, okay, you're only a number, you're only a value. It increases thing. Like, the moment you bring something up that's priceless, you're a piece of shit to most people. I'm a piece of shit, right? Like, it's like I'll be on a beach and be called expensive, and then try to understand what the hell they mean by that. Right? It's like I've had encounters where and I've been told, people are like, oh, that don't happen. Well, believe it or not, it most definitely happened to me. Some stranger walks by and says you're expensive. This person's expensive. It's in your interpretation, trying to understand. And I can increase the value. Same thing like when I walked into a GameStop and looking like the Walking Dead. You look like the Walking Dead, and I'm like, hell yeah. I took that as a compliment. But then they were like, no, that wasn't a compliment. They wanted to make sure. They were like, and I'm like, well, it is to me. See, it's all in the intake. And I've been repeating this word quite a bit. Intake, intake, intake. And the consumer. And what you can and what makes you have limits. And how to surpass and be more advanced, more evolved over such structures, of self. It's a remarkable sorcery, because it's a sorcery because if you take, even in the olden days, like a philosopher, a sorcerer, and a lot of, it's everything starts to change when you start going elsewhere, like in the Wild West. It starts to divide and conquer. The states of minds, the United States of minds, and tearing one word's definition, or multiple words that have definitions, into several. Where now it's like one word has a shitload of meanings, and it can have even more tomorrow, depending on the numbers. Really, what defines a word in any language is its community, is the people who invent it and decide what it is. But when they're banking on their own language, and you're looking at the cultures, you have to also, know that there's abusive ones. What I mean by this, because I personally know this from actual personal experience, that if you're associated with a community that, let's say you're a black sheep, and you have talent, dreams, and ambition, but you might have a vulnerability, like, let's say, a requirement that you have to meet, a goal that you have to meet, but yet you have no support. Like, okay, so let's say you want to make movies, but you have no one around you that's interested. So now you have to figure out how you're going to find people that are interested, and can you, as well. Like, you got to figure out how your networking skills are going to be to figure out how you're going to win over these people. Literally, win over people. To basically even make some of your dreams come true. So it's, and if you're stuck around people that are negative, and if you are in bad financial situations, and because of capitalism, a lot of times it will make things downright impossible. So if you want to be associated with more than one thing, it makes it almost impossible to achieve. Let's say you want to have a museum. You're going to have to multitask this shit, and you're going to be rich as fuck, or know how to manipulate to get it, believe it or not. So, and if you're juggling a shitload of things all at once, multitasking, which is the grandmaster of life. It's not just a chessboard set, right? You look at it like or a board or a game, but it's a lot more complex, it's a lot more diverse, and you go into multitasking. You got to be able to dissect it, but you also got to be able to leave it and go somewhere else. You have people that have their own language, connect, and networking to the game. But that you can, let's say you're in 1 foot in and you're 1 foot out, meaning you're doing other things. So it makes it more complicated to completely create a bond. See, like a game like chess, for example, you could bond over the game itself and have networking over a community like that. Just using chess as an example. I don't know why, but just or any game. Like, you pick a game, a single game, any game, and obsess over it, basically. Just obsess over it and dive right in, become one with it. And you'll find, like, networking and all that stuff. But the problem with the bubble, or the one party, is that it's rulable. Just because you sleep and just because you become one and network and connect with that community does not mean that you cannot be pulled out or have something around you. See, there's measures to protect the bubble, but you're always in the bubble. That's where the taxes and all these things come in to try to cause people to die and not, nobody really needs money, right? It's just a structure. It's like, it's one person's like, I can't save you unless you pay me $1 million. I can't, it's like the spider. A spider says to the snake that tells the snake that the snake could be resourceful too. The snake has unlimited resources too. If you just learn how to tap in to, your ability to shed skin, and to learn, how do you do it? Why do you do it? Can I control it? Think of something like that. Spider spins webs. Literally, could just spin endless amounts of webs. Unlimited resource to get what it wants, to get what it needs. determined to catch the other bugs. One day, let's say the spiders decide to turn humans into prey. And they got a war, right? What makes things the way they are? Languages and deviance. There's those who obey to the network, and there's those who stray. Those who stray actually can rule the world, or quite a bit of the playground. Especially if they don't mind being alone. Or they just gotta find their people. Like, usually, this is exactly what actors do. That there is a real professional career in even America and worldwide. It's called acting. So it's where your foot is in everything. And then you timer up, move on, go to the next. Oops, I'm done with this. Or, yep, I'm done with this. That's acting. Your career is literally always a foot or a finger in. Literally everything that you want it to be in. So, and you get accepted in. Or you're a dictator or a ruler, trying to perhaps own your own museum, turn the world into a museum. But you'll be strapped to that for life. There ain't no foot out. How are you going to escape that? You've put your life into time itself. Everything you invested in, including the keys to get in and out, is in time. And a structure, geometric time. An actor can walk away at any time they want and walk into anything they want. That's the beauty of that career set. They're never tied to one thing. Which is also, I believe, why a lot of relationships live and die in that that career. But because it's people are trying to hold on. It's the whole hold fast wheel structure, and people who fight for relationships and still be destroyed. Entertainment business, you're going places, and someone who is working a steady job is depends mostly on the person that's going places to come back, right? If I say, or if that other person's going different places, even take actors who date actors. Name one relationship that still sticks to this day, that are constantly acting or constantly in the career. Actors that I know that are still in it, that I do know that are still in relationships and married, still require breaks and temporary retirement for it to even work, their relationship. Or I bet you even they would be torn apart by their very career set. Even the best. This is like what I said before. Like, one of the greatest worries about that I found as a kid and dreaming of that career set was the fact that it felt like it was going to be a career that was going to make keeping a relationship impossible, almost. And being in multiple relationships. In other words, being in relationships, plural. And then I realized, wait a second, that's not going to be easy for someone like me. That, because it's not in my nature. It's like, I've been in clubs, I've been close, and I've rejected. I was always the one who rejected. They never rejected me. I rejected them. And I look at it, and I'm like, honest to God, I had one experience that does stand out recently, the most. And I get just a you win. 2 words. So powerful, despite no matter how beautiful. And, you know, it doesn't matter. And you try to figure out, you're trying to understand the language. And, you know, you walk in. And you're sitting there and you're like, you know what you know. And you win. And now, most of the conversation that we're having is now a damn psychological puzzle for me. So I'm trying to even, you know, I'm still going back to those words. You win. And then someone's like, oh, I win. It's like, so, okay. So, this, you know, relationship is a game of cat and mouse, dog and cat. All right, good night. So, and it's like this, that's what that becomes. An alpha on an omega, you know, dominance type rape, right? It kind of reminds me sometimes of rape and shit, but more of an acceptance of it. It's like a play that you play, and then I'm like, wait a second, that's not me. I'm not, you know, so it's, I can entertain the idea, and I can fake it, for sure, but it's just like this whole construction of what everything and everyone is supposed to be. And who I'm supposed to be. You wanna know who I'm supposed to be? I don't exist. I said this 100 million fucking times, that people still have trouble understanding what I mean by I don't exist until I exist. I've been saying this since the moment I was born, or since the moment I could talk. I do not exist until I exist. Which means I could be whoever, whatever the fuck I want, mentally and spiritually. But are any of them going to stick or stay and hold in pattern? No. Most of them won't. Some will last longer. Do you know why? Because I am not cut out for this mathematical world by nature, like the way that democracy and capitalism works. It's all a program to me. It's all a program that can be created and destroyed, rendered meaningless and meaningful on, you know, literally this, I can snap my fingers and instantly feel nothing, for example. Just like I could tear love apart, its very self, the very structure of what an emotion means. For someone who is into the constant discovery and creation, you know that it becomes war. Not with oneself, but with others. Because there's people who want something, or want you to be something, that you may not want to be. And you can entertain the idea, you could become it on a timer. But whatever role or whatever character you play, you gotta know that there's some characters that even I would never play, including a porn star. I was offered a role when I was in Hollywood to do porn. And, you know, I looked a lot different at the time. And I rejected them. I didn't reject them right off the bat. I entertained the idea. But in the end of the day, I was not interested. I was not interested. I have posted photos in the past on like OnlyFans. I did create an OnlyFans account. I made it free. Literally, I did that. Well, I tried and tapped into something that I never planned on even committing to. So keep that in mind. I have no problem being naked. None at all. That's, it's the construction of time and where and with who. Right? That can become the problem. It's just constant war with what people want you to be is the truth, is what I find is the worst thing about life, is that democracy or a community is a real pain in the ass. It can be. And it's easy to hate them. A lot easier. And it's just more natural to hate them than it is to try to make yourself love them. When you really don't. Yeah, including family members. It's like, that aren't family, because family ain't blood. A lot of it is, honestly, growing up with a psychotic mother and a military dad, and is like a fucking mental disaster in the making to begin with. And they're both like underage, questionably, 17, having kids, and it's like, you take that all in, and you have a cocktail disaster that clearly neither of them gave a shit about. Not once did they even think about what the hell they were doing. And then I was made. Right? So, or my avatar. So and then an unstable, family from the get-go. So it's, you learn about those things. And you see families with structures and patterns. And even when I was in foster care service, I got to physically experience a bit of it. And how more structured it was, definitely. But me coming from that, I could have been nicer. I was a rebel. So, and I just, at that point, I was so familiar with, chaos more than I was of something steady. And I said this as a kid. I haven't said this in a while, but I said, I miss the pain. I miss the misery whenever things would slow down. I became so accustomed to abuse that I was starting to depend on it if I wasn't careful. And so programming and then and then rebelling from it at the same time. Keep in mind, even with a hint of the missing, is just another program. And then, because I was a completely different person. Like, as a kid, I wouldn't question. I would just dive into the imitation of a character that I saw in a movie or something. Or, so, and now as an adult, I question it more. A lot more, tearing away occurs. But looking at, like, I wouldn't watch a movie. I had trouble watching movies, without someone watching them with me. When I was younger, I really wanted people to watch films with me. And then, when I got older, I got accustomed. And what I ended up turning them into is more of an XP or a dive to get to know, because I knew that watching a movie was never going to be good enough for me. I had to dissect it. I had to learn the names of these actors and also the names of the directors and producers, in the writer. And then I was comfortable watching the movie by myself. It became a class, because when I was put into a classroom, like, a lot of times, if I wasn't the star in the class, the popular one, then depending on the school and the classroom, then I wouldn't learn shit. I wouldn't, to the structure. So, like, I would deviate. And then I would start learning on the side by myself. Reading. For example, I didn't learn how to read. Nobody taught me how to read, sorry. So, and I taught myself. And I didn't know that I was called a self-learner until later on. But there was things I was doing, including ASMR, before it had a definition. They could have called us anything. And then I guess it's just like, finding community. Oh, do you like this community? And it's like, well, I like their energy. I like what they're doing. So it makes it more easier, but are you associated with them? Well, not much. I share similarities. I've been doing this before it had a definition. And, a few differences is that I did it more off-screen than on-screen. A lot, So it's like you start just finding things. Music, for example, the moment you start learning about how music's made, you're like, oh, I've been doing that my entire life too. It's one of those things. So it's without even realizing it. So you could instantly, believe it or not, a single tap is music to the right viewer. Someone who listens to multiple types of music knows that there are multiple types of audiences. Some that don't like verbal, that rarely like anybody talking. They just like composers. And some, they rather listen to someone with words coming out their mouths, So, and I think when someone's talking, it makes it a lot more. It can make it more distractive when it is a verbal music, for sure. I think it's easier to understand musical notes if you're not trying to read them. For example, if you're just kind of like just go with it. But it's other things like if a singer is singing, and let's say you could get distracted by being attracted to a singer. There could, physical appearance, especially you're watching. So, and then you could, next second, if you're not careful, this is why I said that multitasking is crucial. Because if you don't multitask, you're going to get taken over by something every time, because you're going to give up something. It's a trade, it becomes a trade. If you don't multitask, if you cannot learn to multitask, I feel like your crown will not last. Your ruling is false ruling. So it's, and it's like, holy fuck. You're talking about speed, accuracy, and doing more than one thing at once. And it's like the whole universe shit of creating like Spill, and I also have done, my other stuff, like, that I don't own. So, or I don't even own my own work. Who am I kidding? Legally. So, I don't. So, but, and that's the whole fucked up part about it, too, is that you have to jump through all that stuff. There are other things you have to learn. You're forced to learn politics before next thing you know. You can't enjoy the entertainment industry because, you're now forced to be president or some shit. It's like, just because people know they can make you become it. And you do it. Not wanting to do it, even if you don't want to do it. So it's like this whole fucking structure is like, it's, and then some would probably argue and say that that's probably the president that fucking people would want, is the one that doesn't want to be president, but can. So, it's just like, I've had that, and I've had that in New York City, police officers literally asking me, why don't you? I've entertained the idea. And I said multiple times about it, is that I really feel like it's not up to me. That is something like if I'm overpowered by democracy and they force me to be it, I know I could. I just simply don't want to, is what I responded. So it's just like, I'm confident enough to know that, but I also am confident to know that anything I do would have to go, that if I wanted to be permanent, or have a better shot at permanent and good, would make me, like, also an enemy. I can't win everyone over, because by being president of the United States, it's also putting a fucking target on your head. I have a big-ass target on my head, and I would have no choice but to, to go after even the original Constitution in some ways. And that's like the thing, like, to try to better things, because you won't be able to ever truly better anything. That's the ironic, disastrous beauty of the United States, is that it is a disaster from the get-go, built on a disaster of a disaster, and ideology like trade lives and then worship the dead for sacrificing their lives, which is fucked up. When you should be trying to prevent the need for heroes. Like, I remember my first time I heard someone say, I want to be a hero, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Was my first genuine instinct. I said, you shouldn't want to be a hero. First of all, there shouldn't even have to be heroes to begin with. So is what my response was. And then realized, okay, well, that didn't really sit well. They might not have taken that 100% the way. But then I was like, that's like, it's some actors out there that won't even fucking act like they would never even do their career unless they got a trophy. That to me is kind of like fucked up funny at the same time. It's a little bit funny. It's just like this whole, like, what has this world gotten to? It's, if I do it for free, am I going to be allowed to? Right? Democracy, all the numbers, the community. And it's like, and then are they going to seek to destroy me because they know that the person would do it for free. So there's a lot of struggles, you could say, and always the number one enemy becomes other people. You know, my sister even said to me once, what was it? Said something like, I'm going to probably word it wrong. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she said, you don't get to choose. Other people get to choose for you. And I'm like, some paganism shit. So it's, and then it looks like this whole thing, there's something on the ground. Right? And I don't pick it up and walk around it. I get shouted at, say, you know, pick it up. Don't just walk around it. And I remember being like, well, for all I know, they might want that there. You know, I literally would have to come and be like, hey, well, do you want that there? Yeah, why is that there? Do we have, you know, a whole conversation on this, this obstacle, you know, object? So it instead me being who I am, like the same thing with the middle of a road. You gotta obey the law of the road. But if there's a fucking tire in the middle of the road, I can always find a way around it. So, but can other people? You know, so but, and can I stop the car? Like, okay, here's the thing. Here, let's use Illinois, Chicago. When there's a tire, somebody leaves a damn bumper, you're in the middle of the road. You know, it's like, can you park your car, get out the car, pick it up? Because you're in a highway structure full of other cars. I think you need to read people before you go do that. The answer is yes and no, you can do that. Depending on if you can read the people that are around you. Because some people in Chicago will come out with a damn Glock and fucking shoot you if you did that. So, it's, believe it or not, you think it might not be real, but it is. There's some fucking evil out there inside the United States. I've had more than one driver try to run me off the road because they thought they owned the road. And also had drivers where they, try to read some drivers looking at me like I'm the problem. I've had that a couple times, and trying to understand that, it's a lot about reading. Driving is a lot like reading people. And just because you can do something doesn't mean, you see, you need multitasking skills, because you need to also be able to read people. Let's say you're driving down the road. This is why I like the Wild West so much better with traffic, because when you're out there, you go like 100 miles an hour and you're fine. The road's yours 90% of the time. And the speed limit is just stay above 45. It's fucking simple as shit. That's it. And, it's a lot more simple. And most people aren't complete assholes. So it's out there because everybody understands. For the most part. Not that you wouldn't come across someone. But when you start hitting the East, or the Midwest even, you'll start encountering different types. Mostly general area types. But in the East, it's overpopulated. Every state, from all the New England states down to Florida, is like a clusterfuck of population. So it's, it's crazy. the traffic gets nightmarish on the east again. Unless you're driving at night. That's the best time to drive. Because nobody usually drives at night unless they're trying to take advantage of something. Whether it's the advantage to not have to deal with other people, or they're a serial killer, but then again, a serial killer could do that shit during the day. That's why I never understood people's understanding on all that. It's like the whole, well, if you're kind, it defines you. Like, you're a nice person. And I'm like, huh. What a load of horseshit. What an act that a serial killer could even do. So it's like, and I'm like, so it's just like, I see flaws, is what I'm saying, and I think that's what makes people hate me, is if I even speak up about these flaws. But it's like, I don't know, but it's great for movies, great for storytelling. You can make fiction all damn day, all damn night, right? I just watched a video on the Imaginary about leap year, and them trying to turn leap year into a horror movie. You know, kind of like idea. And, you know, by time, this measuring system of light. You know, I think if you don't know what you're getting into, is different than if you know what the story's about. Like, you have so many different people going in for different reasons. It's like, sure, you could make dinosaurs and bring dinosaurs back to life. But should you? You know? So it's, you know, it's all these, and, you know, right? So it's, then you have movies that are like, stories that are like, trying to be scary, and the only way they're scary is if you're stupid. Like, literally, like, you don't know what's going on. It's like, the only way the whole entire story is even going to be horror movie, because you're going to be like, either laughing because you know how stupid it is, turning into a comedy, or you're like, just dumbfounded, like staring at paint drying while everyone else is terrified while they're watching this movie. Or you let out a laugh, you know, start laughing your ass off in the middle of a scene that literally that is the stupidest damn thing on planet Earth, and everyone else is like scared as fuck. So it's just like very disconnected, in other words. You could be around people and have them change you, which don't really work for me, because I'll still deviate from networking. So, you know, or communicational pattern structures. So but there's always one thing that is so accurate. When you see people lie a lot, or you don't know if they're lying, but people are like, oh, I want to be in this kind of relationship, and maybe they're just trying to figure out how to do it. But are they, or have they been? Does make a big difference on who they really are, on how the structure of life goes. Because most people are full of shit, and they're just convincing themselves that they're not, or trying to convince someone else that they're not, so they can try to just get with that person. And those relationships, through my experience, through studying, observational studying, I haven't physically done it, that they don't last. I've never seen any of them last. As weird as this sounds, I followed the shit out of people with this one and studied them. It's just like this whole, it's more of an indoctrination or a doctorate sensation to get what you want and then move on a lot of times. And you can get that same damn thing with someone else, they're not going to stay. So it's like they're not interested in you, they're interested in what they can get from you types of relationships. And you can kind of pick those senses up. But then you also have very mixed communication, and people are instantly out there trying to say, well, I watch people try to say, well, marriage is just not for the guy. Or trying to find guys, or guys don't fall in love easily, they fall hard. And then I'm still trying to understand, it's like, okay, so what is this person supposed to advocate and like literally be my president? It's like, because personally, I could tear this all apart and destroy every single word and render everything that came out of his mouth absolutely meaningless. So it's like it's like in some ways I think marriage is like questionably holding something hostage. You could use it as a psychological case, right? I mean, it's like, well, you will never leave me because we're married. So, or, it's kind of like, okay, so, and it's like, yeah, maybe it is, in the structure, but it's like, it's kind of to share the sacred bond or the sacred ceremony. And it's like, well, it's for them, but also looking at it like, it's very interesting because I guess to me it's like a wonderful scene in a movie at best, and like the only thing that really matters is my significant other, so I could be with her with or without a ring, or the whole wedding. So it's like, I guess it is kind of true at the same time, but it's also not true, if that makes any sense. Being a creator, I could see lots of really cool things that even a guy can, or even what I could think of maybe make something fucking so weird. Freak myself out. It's cold, but I don't know. I don't know. But it's like the structural idea, and it's like, some are just so obsessed with money that it's like the whole relationship becomes a structural career set. And I'm like, it's almost like America doesn't want anyone to be in committed relationships. They want them to be in careers and jobs more than they do if they were just okay with like the green grass and that's it. Think about the no art life. That's full art. I mean, that's full heart. It's like, that's like, then you're like talking like, can a relationship survive in the arts? You could literally test a relationship by throwing it into art. A musical concert could be enough to prove whether someone really loves someone or not. A heavy metal concert that's singing satanic music could test your love. So would it change? Okay. First of all, immunity can be shared. you could both be immune to an art, and you could both allow yourself to be affected by an art, and you choose what art will affect you, and maybe none of it affects you. Like, do I like Final Fantasy 16 or don't I? What do I like about this game? What don't I like about this game? And it's like, why? See? It's ultimately meaningless, to be quite honest. It's just networking and creation. Even anything that is ever regarded with a want towards any type of story is always art before heart. What this means is that my mind is naturally adaptable to creating and destroying things, like as easy as breathing is who I am. In my nature to create and destroy storylines, entire storylines, universes, and characters. As much as I can create, I can also destroy. So it's, in looking at a lot of that stuff, it's a very solo life, because that person doesn't really need anyone. There is no need for a relationship. You know, it's when I become that person, it's like, and if you ever brought up love is just like, oh, well, I could write that into these characters, and these characters could, have a chemistry that will change them into falling. One might fall a little more than the other, and how they balance that, how they adapt to that. See, that's what it becomes to a creator. Because I don't feel anything unless I'm creating it. And allowing myself to feel what I'm creating. And as much as I'm doing it, I can also undo it. If that makes sense. It's all under my control, what I feel when I feel it. Nobody's forcing me to feel anything. Because if you put me in a room full of people, I could literally shut myself off and feel nothing from anybody. But I can also open myself up to real people and start collecting all of that. To me, that's like suicide. That's how people die, or worse, become prisoners to like that's not freedom. So that shit's like definite, like temporary. It's all on timers. And then, like, would there ever be an only exception? People are like, the first time I saw someone ask, what the fuck is love? And I remember as a kid saying, you can't choose who you fall in love with. I said that a couple times. And I would also say, well, I would hate to become famous and then fall in love. And I was like, what the fuck was I saying? And they learn, like, oh, so it's like, oh, so people, democracy, come in and decide who you love, when you love? Did Tom Holland and Zendaya only fall in love because their director made it so? The other people around them made it so? It's like, will their relationship last without a director? Or it's like, or influence from the outside? Because in the acting career set, going two different ways, and playing a role of another significant other, you're gonna be doing things, even if it's faking things. So, in other words, Tom Holland and Zendaya have to be in an open relationship while their careers are going for them to even stand a chance of coming back home together forever. That's how they would last forever. That, I believe, is how they would. Whereas Zendaya and Tom could be forever. And it's like me, I could be looking at, right, okay, maybe take a guy that's eyeing and falling for Zendaya and ask the question, do I take Zendaya? It's like, what do you know, or is this the type of person that's like, you're going to take Zendaya? You know, is it wrong to fall in love with Zendaya if she's with someone else? Well, wait a second, well, if Zendaya likes you, then just go with it. So why are you doing? It's like, oh, so tying a link. Are you like suggesting that Tom Holland owns Zendaya? It's like, see what I'm saying? I catch on to things. I learn pretty fucking fast about what chemistry is, to the point, like I said, how much I could want something and be invested in art doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Nothing exists. This monitor in front of me doesn't even fucking exist. That's how powerful my creation and destruction skills are. It's natural breathing. I was born for Hollywood's demonic sorcery. Believe it or not. I was born to make stories, but also destroy them if I wanted to. You know, I could. Just as much. And it's like, Superman Legacy, now called Superman. Beetlejuice 2, now called Beetlejuice, now Beetlejuice 2 again. Who knows? What sticks, what stays? Why? Who's really writing the movie? There might be a writer, Tim Burton, writing the movie? Or is Jenna Ortega writing the movie through Tim Burton's mind? Or the writer's mind. See, this is the thing about having an actor in sight first, before you write the character. You always get a construction of the idea. Take, for example, the idea was always that, what was the one thing that everybody knew about art before Beetlejuice 2 was ever even in development? That someone had to share a similar trait to Winona Ryder, this character. Why did people jump instantly to that one? You ever wonder? Why did the audience, or the people that were creating, instantly like that? Or what about the nostalgia? Why does it have to be the same neighborhood? Why does it have to be the same house? That's why I said Beetlejuice 2 has to be nostalgic. Where it has to do with nostalgia. And the reason why I said that it has to be new, but also nostalgic, and has to have that genuine feel from the original movie, where it has to have that humor, or it will fail. Or it would, is what I saw. I saw that if this did not have dark humor, but crafty and creative like the first, and didn't have there were certain things I saw that could ruin the film for some people with certain scenes. That if you tried to match something too much, then it becomes death instantly. But you want some things to be the same. Like the house. Like going in that there are certain things that you need to be changed, and certain things that need to be the same. But when you leave a house behind neglected, when a real buyer goes back and someone that just leaves the house neglected, what story are we telling? I mean, clearly this is a new family or someone that is connected. There are different routes of where this story goes. Is she related to the previous owner, or is she a brand new person looking and maybe buying the house? But and anyway, you're gonna. Most people are cowards and run out. So you need a character that's gonna be intrigued. So that's why everything came back, and I think the same thing comes back to the character. There has to be a character that literally shares similarity with Winona Ryder's character. And so there was these things that everybody agreed with, but where the route went, people have different. There's different versions, and you'll probably never see 90 most of them. You'll probably never see the versions, but you'll see what they make. So it's but Beetlejuice has his audience, and from my experiences, it's the raunchy humor and the bleeding of death into life is one of the thing that they all share in common with the Beetlejuice fans. It's a recreation of crafty humor with darkness and death. And I said there was always a universe there, and even D&D players even saw a universe there. A lot of people saw universes, and they would try to make their own version of Beetlejuice 2. So they, like I said, it was death. It was literally death. Their realm, and even their sandworm, their Dune. Literally, their Dune inside Beetlejuice. So that's also present. So they had its own thing. And I said a spinoff was inedible. That I always felt also that Beetlejuice 2 was definitely not the last Beetlejuice movie. And not, I saw a branch in my vision of the Beetlejuice universe. A branch of where it could go. Like Michael Keaton could literally be 100% on screen throughout an entire movie, like recruiting perhaps he might have an intern, and he could be exploring death and doing some weird things over there. So you could a lot more in a spin-off. I said, I was like, I don't see this in the sequel. I saw the sequel being more a love letter to the first. And then after that, it branching off and becoming unique and iconic and doing really cool creative things that neither of the first two could do because they were so structured to a family or life. Like Beetlejuice is literally like the Deadpool of death, you could say. The character itself. I saw that. In other words, is what I'm saying. It's when you watch a movie, like let's take Tropic Thunder, and Ben Stiller's saying the pictures in my head, the movies. And it can be funny, but it can also be real. Not funny, it can be real, like a creative genius, or a psychic, or a visionary, or a carpenter building their house. It's the director's vision. So it's like I said, when you look at it like that, it's not funny anymore. The idea structure, you have to now have someone that's going to be able to deliver that. How you're going to see that. Like, what makes Super Mario Bros. So iconic? Is it because no one knows, and they are like why a plumber that does mushrooms? It's like, it's almost like Super Mario Bros. Questions life. It makes people forget what the hell it even represents. It's almost like you could learn what Super Mario Bros. Is as fast as you could forget what it even ever meant. Or what it was. And it's like Sonic the Hedgehog. But if Sonic the Hedgehog was, quiet about it. And slower about it. So Sonic is loud. A lot louder, I say. For sure. And I think that I actually prefer Sonic over Mario. So if I were you, to put Mario and Sonic. But it's more action-packed, even. But it's like, hey, you make Mario action-packed. See, he's a character. You could literally give Mario super speed, dye him blue, give him a formula. And it's like, that's the thing. It's just the character and all his reinvention. The simplicity of a plumber and how the plumber interacts with what Nintendo throws at them. It's Nintendo's sandbox of toys. And what they want to do with the mushrooms and all the characters and just throw them at it. Originally, right, it's Rare who made Donkey Kong, which Mario's first appearance ever was in. It was, last time I checked, was actually Donkey Kong, which why it made sense. They put Donkey Kong in Mario's movie. But it's, it definitely, I will admit, it definitely has a different feel. If you're going to watch Super Mario, if you're going to watch Mario, and then if you're going to play Mario, see, playing Mario is different. Just like playing a game is always going to it has additional experiences that you take on. Now, when you watch a movie, you could just hear a movie, listen to a movie, read a movie. You can experience a movie differently, for sure. There are ways, but it's still at the same time. It's almost like picking up a book, and you decide to read the book. And right, what is it when you read the book? Are you just reading the words, putting it like a puzzle? Or are you seeing a movie inside your head and then picturing what these characters and what the environment looks like internally? So then, when you're consuming all of this content, and then you go and watch a movie that's already provided for you, if you're me, a movie is always a take. I have been saying for years that it's a version. And, like, believe it or not, there could be a shitload of versions to a movie, but you only will see one. You know? So it's... unless you have creative vision. I said this a long time ago. Disney making people stop, like, refilm shit after they film something that they like, and then they have to cancel what they like. Like, what, you know, and they have to play by, you know, refilm shots. Like, because Disney didn't like certain shots, which they have to look at shots that almost resemble the same damn thing. You know, believe it or not, I would be surprised if there were identical shots in someone's editing, and it's just like someone being like, okay, well, there's a few differences in this shot, and then what made them decide that shot over the other shot, when there literally is only a few differences, maybe not even any. So it's like, if you take the script of the script, my God, the scripts that you'll never see because they went with a different script. And just imagine the movie that something could have been. And then you look at the scripts, and it's like, what made people like Doctor Strange? Honest to God, in the Multiverse of Madness, as a single-shot movie, or just, I'm not a single-shot movie, but as a movie, and despite it sold decent, if I recall, but it's like, oh, great, cool. But then it's like, what's that? Mistake. Like, you know, it was almost like it was trying to tell you something. Or deviate in itself. And it was like the most incoherent, really truly movie that felt like it was so selective that it was almost like saying, we don't know how to make a multiversal film, but we could show you and tease you a multiversal film. And show you, like, oh wait, let's take this, change this. Now I'm like, wait a second, they don't even understand. Or they just really just wanted to make their first. They're like, wait, you know, you ever think, like, literally, sometimes a company deliberately wants to sabotage a franchise so they can come back. You know, they're like, well, we made a lot of money here. We know people are going to come here and buy this movie. Especially the first couple movies that come afterwards. They could be the worst movies on planet Earth, and diehard fans would still go see them. Right? Or most sloppy. Because after, at the end of the day, of all the days, and liking the movie, and asking yourself why you like the movie, and tearing it apart, you will find that as a story goes, that was one of the worst of the worst up there. As, you know, of shit. It was, and more than half the people went in to watch that movie, you know, in the theater I went to, it was like, never even watched WandaVision. So it's like, so it's on top of that, which then is going to be different. Like, and still, even if you watch that and go and watch Doctor Strange, it's still bleak, inaccurate, disconnective, nonsense at times, questionable choices, almost like everything that was intelligent about the character, like even Scarlet Witch's character, was like, when you went back and be like, wait, we wanted to chemically disturb this character, make her blind. And you start, I don't know, I think when you look at it and what such a big character she did have in the MCU, all the stories that she was very much associated with, including the disappearance and the ideas the fans had, but it's of the reappearance, but it's still like competing with other entries through Disney, like, because it's all these different ways of doing things. They're going to be like, well, we'll do this way, this way, this way, this way. And I think the problem with the MCU is, someone said it was too much. I said that it's not too much. It's more disconnected and harder. When a company's trying to rule something and what they're ruling it for and why, as well. And there's a lot of creators, and of course it's going to be a disaster when they're trying to connect everything that way. So it's, in some ways, a dictator could make it more connective. True, but at the same time, I think what Disney's going to do, because Disney, is going to do their secret motive of shit. They're going to always look at, like, oh, we got this person to add to our collection. They're very, experienced collective. And, in trying to not just, be with the times, but also create, and control their audience and how they perceive something from the very fucking get-go of Pinocchio, Snow White, all those old movies that people did like. The truth is, they're not the original stories. Like, look at the grim tales that Disney literally decided to turn them into kids' movies, which were never designed to be kids' movies to begin with. But they were horror stories. Pinocchio was a fucking horror story. So it's mostly. I mean, have you ever fucking read Pinocchio? It's fucking deranged. So it's like, it's a lot different than the Disney version. So it's just like, there ain't no Jiminy. There's Jiminy Cricket, but Jiminy Cricket gets murdered. So it's like they didn't kill Jiminy Cricket in the cartoon, right? The conscious was literally killed. But anyway, there's a lot of differences. I do have, somehow books that survive, despite how much shit I've tried to collect and have. I've collected controllers, I've collected CDs, vinyls, all sorts of things in video games, solid versions, and none of them seem to ever remain, with a few exceptions. Sometimes something might. But my books, on the other hand, from my childhood, I'm pretty sure I have all of them, but maybe not 2 or 3. That's it. So it's like, which is really good compared to my other collections. So it's disappearances. How do you hold on to objects when you're a creative genius that's also a destructive genius? And you're moving from one location to the next. There's no security. There's no perma security here. There isn't. I can create security and I can destroy it. So it's like, if I'm speeding up and I gotta go move and do something, I'm adapt. It's like, yeah, I could live in multiple layers of hell and then live in, I could even make hell heaven. I could also make heaven hell. Why? Because maybe perhaps the character it was associated with hell and never really torn themselves from it. So they were always like missing hell while they were in heaven. But the heaven, like, see, I could come up with something for that, and even an explanation or a reason for why this character is literally turning their heaven into hell, and why would someone do that? I actually can come up with that. It's as easy as breathing. Like I said, the first thing that I feel that instantly writes itself, this is gardening writing, is that the character misses or is so associated with its past life that it hasn't found peace in this connectivity to even enjoy the heaven that it is physically in, which would tear them away from their heaven even if they had it or was there, because they would be drawn back, connected to their hell that was keeping them from enjoying heaven. And then hell, how can you turn hell into heaven? Just probably why some people call a female a canvas and a man the paint. Right? And you paint the baby, the picture's the baby. Right? It's hell can be the canvas. And then the canvas literally is like, what isn't going to be enough. The blankness isn't going to be enough. You want something that's going to drive this person disturbed, but you're going to also want something in how they turn it into heaven. So inner demons battling while they're in hell, and then turning it into music, art. See, art a lot of times comes from suffering, not even love, just straight up pain, ice cutting cold pain, and where if you were to let go, you'd burn in hell because you're in hell, where you can't let go. Because if you do, the character is going to be destroyed, burned, and destroyed and consumed by hell. So they find it in their power to make it livable, to make it into their heaven. This is this balance where people say you have to be this or that. It's all fucking programming and conditions. It's conditions and programming. And if you forget that, and you let your subconscious even forget that, if you somehow just simply go blind and you believe that love is blind, then you've already lost. You are already the canvas. And that anybody can do whatever the fuck they want with the canvas as long as they're in reading zone and raining zone of the canvas, where the only thing that's protecting the canvas is the party, is the bubble. You see what I'm saying? They don't know how to rule outside the bubble. If you're dead, you wake up in the bubble, your party, and you decide to stay in your bubble and never explore the outside and never know what the outside is in the bubble, isn't going to make it so your bubble is impenetrable. I mean, you could be sitting there in someone else's view, and they could literally see what you're really doing while you're imagining what you're doing in your bubble, where your spirit is, while your physical metaphors, spirit is morphed more like, perhaps, let's say, let's use a movie scene. Let's go with Insidious, when they go through the mirror to speak with the dead. It's like, and they see people sitting in there on their couch, transfixed at a television. The zone? That's a view. That doesn't necessarily that could be what they look like in the darkness to others. Meanwhile, they're in the bubble, convinced that their bubble is heaven or hell, either or, but it's still a bubble at the end of the fucking death, even. It's going in, and you don't get the fuck out that bubble. People wonder, what's going on? What's happening to my bubble? What's happening to my party? Outside influence reigning in could happen. If, let's say, demons, so-called, walked up and decided to take a liking to your particular bubble, they decided, hey, how can I rule this? You see what I'm saying? So that is absolutely what a bubble's heaven and hell is that you could create the impenetrable dome and convinced. But that ain't an impenetrable dome unless you step out and learn what the rest of death is. If death is this great slumber to you, and that's it, then you've already lost. You're already reignable. So it ain't going to stop someone from reaching in and grabbing you and waking you up or forcing you to be reincarnated against your will because you chose to take a long, dark nap in your death. It's like, people even know what the spiritual plane. It's like, I have never seen a god once. I'm going to be straightforward with you. While I was over in death, I've seen beings capable of being gods, but also capable of being rendered powerless by other beings that could literally take even the power of death away and decide whether if they want to live again differently. People used to say spirits want to live again, and they're trapped, and they're trying to find, is a lot like the bubble, except for instead of them measuring, they're fixated on this. This is the path. Only way. Highway of death. But no, it's not the only way. There's no such thing. Unless you create it to be. There is no such thing as an only way in life and or death, unless someone is holding it in creation and trying to prevent someone from learning. Then you could be in huge trouble if you don't know how to learn. You see? Learning and knowing is power not just in life, but also in death. You have love and hatred and sadness and, all the emotions in the world. But are they yours? And what makes someone be creatable by another? You see, you sit back, let the barber cut your hair. You don't ask the barber, how do you like the hair to be cut? It's still at the end of the day. If you're asking the barber how you want your own hair to be cut, and you can instantly assume that it's going to lead to something, but not necessarily. See, I think people become familiar with a pattern. And the pattern is still a lie. So it's constructed design, a culture, a philosophy that'll never hold unless it's created to hold. So, and that's some people believe, I've witnessed, that one person suffers in a relationship and the other person doesn't. That is a traumatic. That goes back to my thing on the bubble of hell painting into heaven, to try to justify abuse. That ain't love. But here, so you look at everything in existence, and try to figure it out. And when you do, you'll find that nothing exists, but also everything exists. And you might not know what the fuck I'm saying, but as much as anybody can create, they can all mentally and spiritually, without even physically moving, create, they can also destroy. As superclusters mesh and completely hijack. So you have, or even allowed. See, when a universe merges with another universe, it can either bond or create this harmonic meshing creation of unification, or it's completely taken over by the other, and the other decides the fate and everything of the other universe. Some people believe that's the love is this alpha dominance frequency, which is absolutely nonsense when it comes to that's how you could literally destroy, if you were all in on one thing, you could, and the other person wasn't, or if they weren't, but they allowed themselves to mentality connect in that rate, then they could be crushing their true self into a submission, which can be found in certain types of souls that they would learn and adapt. And that type of love is the ignorance dependency to get desire from another. That is not meshing. That is hijacking. That is dominating. Now, meshing is something that is almost seen to be impossible and rare. That most relationships rarely ever have, especially in this day and age, is where two souls are completely, free from any inside of control, or they're not growing together by someone doctoring them to do so, or influencing them or shaping them to do so. Neither are doing this. This is the harmonic mesh of two superior beings existing simultaneously with no need for, one to be, this destructive ruler, or this force. See, some people are like instantly, believe it or not, the Alpha and Omega is not selected by an avatar. It's selected by a soul, a spirit, a dominant energy that seeks to rule the ignorant, and the one that prefers constantly in that direction. So instead of having, and you go into like the pleasure. So being alpha is gonna feel better. You're gonna get so much power, and it's gonna feel amazing. And then the Omega, on the other hand, might find that more differently, but they're doing it through abuse. The Omega is literally the bubble of hell that I was talking about, where they're trying to rule hell, which that can go over to a male or female, or neither even, because this is where things can get fucking weird, but it strays in these directions that, because it's not harmonically, like, superiorly meshed in like a perfect balance, it's disturbable. It is destructible. If you invested in one bad emotion, you could destroy the relationship in an Alpha and Omega, put an end to it like it's nothing, because they are not meshed. They are working to exist with one being the superior at some time, where it's like, well, lean on me type theory. This is what life has been known to be for so long, for so many people, is that. But then when they learn the superclusters can mesh without any of that, things go beyond to something you can't even measure. And that neither side, you are now in this where you are able to measure everything. No one has to be stupid. No one has to be in pain. No one has to feel anything at all. You know what that is? That's transcendence. That's ruling. Because if you go the other way, it's trade. No matter what, becomes a trade of business. A structural job. So it's that you now have to figure out how you're going to make this last forever, when it's not designed to last forever. None of it is. It's designed to constantly be created, constantly creatable and destroyable. It's this why people depend on trying to find that. Some people are like, find that they believe and convinced they get the harmony. You get that false one. You could get the whole painted hell into heaven. Are they truly happy? And the truth is, they're only happy when they're ignorant or superior, or they feel like they are. So if you notice, a lot of the people that are in that type of thing is always toxic. But toxic can be, turned into a great sexual lust where one, it's like you could draw a liking instantly to, let's take the actress that plays like Jessica Jones, and just instantly go down into the, complete superior dominance where, there's a part of you that loves being, the ruler of evil, the ruler of the dark side of someone. At the same time, and then the other is why the darkness would find it more harder, or would, it's the struggle of the, of the captor of the fish, the one that seeks the what, like if you were, seeking, it's the thrill, the hunt, and the catch, and that's not harmonic. Again, that's not meshing. But it can, if you're not careful, make you believe it is, because it's designed to make people stupid. It's not it's not designed to transcend. It's designed to trade energies instead, or steal energies. It's more of a vampire, and what you take of it back and what they get. That's why a lot of times people sexually are not getting back or satisfied with what they receive back, while someone else is getting more back too. Like that would make a lot of sense why of the disconnectivities. So, studying stuff like that. It's like movies. It's like you could just suggest like acting in general is. If you're like picky actor, you don't get to choose what film you want to be a part of. Perhaps think about like what hell did someone have to do off screen that they might never tell you about. When rape victims rarely will tell you that they were raped, or might even be in denial afterwards. So it's through my experiences of I'm very good at connecting that stuff. So it's like, that's the thing, ain't it? Is that if you're in a business of art that is like about transforming and about being able to trust directors, or in the character that you become, in the imagery, to disconnect. Imagine a villain, or imagine you're playing a helpless character, and you are so in tune with the helpless character that anything on the outside of how they would connect with you in the real world, could take advantage of you while you were still in character and not yourself. You say, well, are you the character? Are you the character that you're playing. And should you play a character that you are nothing like? Could be questions. You know, that even if you could just become it. It's the type of what people are looking for in finding and who you could trust in these connectivities. And it's a lot of people reading and multitasking. It ain't just about, the talent. It's about networking, connectivity, and reading people. It's a business, through my experience, that relies a lot on something that some people don't believe in. Like literally hive minding, reading minds, but in connecting to frequencies, which, if you do, Disney, with their whole love as a dagger, imagine what the fuck someone could do with that if they really had someone convinced that it was. And you're playing a character that completely believes that. Imagine the hell that you would experience because you allowed yourself to become someone that you're really not. But you can become it. And other people around you are like directors. See, that's what I'm saying. Like in the entertainment industry, should kids be allowed to act in big corporations? Right? There's some very real questions because they can't see everything that's going on. It brings me back to the whole, does your vote matter with democracy? We're all supposed to hive mind the entire country and be so networked to a super mind-reading ability that to believe and then look and see and trust that, if you make something warm, then it's true. If you took temperature design and hive mind the fuck out of it and made people dependent on temperature, it's cool, it's cold, it's hot, and no wonder why people are so fucking brainwashable. When you could send over an image over to someone else, like Hive Mind Network sees this as creatable and destructible. I'm a fucking creator myself. Could push an image then over to someone else. Doesn't make it real. It makes it an ability. So if somebody got lost, imagine someone who doesn't know that shit or care to know that shit. Then they're going to be totally in the dark. And they're going to be like believing. Because they completely surrendered a piece of paper with a name onto it over to a blind belief. Or a pictured belief. Blindness. So where does it go? They could show you where it goes in a moment. But at any moment, that can change. The people and how they rule it can change. The way it's governed can change. So keep that in mind. When people say your vote don't matter, it depends on who's ruling it. if you completely surrender your vote blindly, you don't know how to vote. There are people voting right now. The electoral vote. There's people voting right now for the president. But yeah, the general public be like voting in November. What the fuck's the general public? Then it's the leftovers, like the middle class, just leftovers. If you chose to be in the middle class, then you must not want to be smart. You must not want to know. You chose not to be rich. You chose to be in the middle class. So you just gotta shut up and surrender and trust in your superiors, right? Trust me. It's all conditional programming. It's literally the fucking Matrix. Psychologically, the Matrix. It's the structure. And once you tear it all down, and you get to know what the fuck it's made of, you do learn that you live in an imperfect. The only perfect there is those who are ruling the imperfect, that thrive off the imperfection. They live off the imperfection. Which is part of the reason why you'll never have a perfect government. Because it's always leaned up against another. Again, give in, trust, surrender. What trade is there to make someone blind enough, willing to be ignorant, to forget what's happened? Exactly. The word that most people would prefer to be blinded by is love. It ain't love though, is it? But if they can feel it, and they are convinced and they believe that it is, then they are rulable and surrendering to the sensation. It's like, why draw me out of it, right? I just forgot the nightmares that were occurring in the real world. Like, what the fuck? Like this temporary commodosing? Fucking, what's the word? The English word, I mean, some days I just want to not listen to voices and just listen to beautiful instruments. And not humans, voices, just beautiful instruments, piano, violin, a bunch of different music. Just completely forget, be drowned out by nothing but this pleasant sensation of clean slating royalty called peaceful music. just peaceful music. What's the cost? The trade, though. The trade is forgetting that hell exists. That hell is very real. Somebody would say that's a good thing. You forget that. Great. Some it feels like an obligation, a responsibility that can rob them from their own heaven, or worry that they lose their loved ones before they even have them, before they even have them. You don't even have to have them. The worry can be so powerful. The responsibility of the career could make you this beautiful bard that would never be loved, truly loved, always imaginarily loved, at a distance. Like, what is Twitch or these social media sites? Texting, but barricades, bards, but of where is the human? And even the humans being robots or taxing. I'll say this again. When I text in a chat, it always feels like I'm playing a different character. If I'm even participating in a text chat. Because it's just too familiar to writing. It's just like takes on a different life that I am not. I do not text. The real me, if there was one, does not text. That's what it says. Only the fake me texts. Or the character that I play. Because what career set did you want when you were a kid? The first thing pops into my mind is me talking to myself and having imaginary friends and talking to myself and creating up stuff. If that ain't acting and saying that I may have said writer first, but I really said create and destroy, create worlds, create characters, and also interact with them like I did, despite that there physically was nobody in the room. It's an imaginary construction, a Stuart Little, that, it's that easy to talk to CGI. but it's hard as fuck to talk to a human. It can't be. Easy to talk to the fictional being that doesn't exist. If that ain't acting, then what the fuck is acting? It's like, oh, you didn't star in a movie. I'm starring in a movie right now. A verbal flick. Do a little stream. Plus, somebody wants to see this through the camera. And some have their, negative reasons, and some have their positive ones. But through my experiences, that if you want to be gold, then you gotta deny access somewhere at some time. I could turn on the camera, but I don't think I will. I did an interview on LA traffic once. Very brief. And they asked me what I thought. I said, it's a nightmare. Absolute hell. It's not much different. The best traffic, through my experience though, if I were to add to that interview, is the desert. With zero vehicles, with occasional tow truck on the side with someone sleeping in the tow truck, and some broken down vehicles, like the tow truck driver is literally waiting for someone to break down so they could, out in the middle of the desert. Apart from that, they're usually buck-ass naked, the roads are. Free to go. Go to Illinois, Chicago, and you'll be lucky if you're not driving over somebody's bumper in their highway system. Just leaving rims and tires in the middle of the fucking road. Or Maryland, where someone wants you to hit them, or wants to, something so they could try and get their, walk out with their black tuxedos and be like, oh, ho, ho, ha, whatever. And just be like, all ready to sue you, or wanting to go to war. It's like insurance companies only exist because people are a real pain in the ass. I'm pretty sure insurance companies are fraud. Even car insurance companies. I never used mine. Never had to. Like, what the fuck am I paying for? I have had people try to run me off the road, but they all failed. I had my car break down in South Dakota because of a bad part. But I pulled off the side of the highway because I knew that my car was breaking down. I was smart enough to pull off the highway so I wasn't on the highway and pull onto a side road. Because you'd be like, well, parked on the highway. That's how people get rear-ended by someone who isn't paying attention, or reckless drivers that aren't you. You ain't moving your vehicle. The tractor trailer that takes out your vehicle is moving your vehicle. Can't dodge. Your vehicle can't dodge it. You could dodge it physically, your body, but you can't dodge your car. You're just gonna be fucked. It's never happened to me, but I could see it happening. That's how I can prevent it from happening before, so it never happens. That imaginary vision of mine, seeing possibilities, scenarios, actually has advantages. It's like when I took my road tester, when I went out driving, literally, it's all imaginary. It is. It's pretend there's people walking. Pretend that there's a car in front of you. Pretend this, even if there's not. But that's not how the test works, so that's just how I was taught. Literally what I was being told by who was supposed to be teaching me was to pretend. That was how I was told. And I actually think that's a really creative way to learn shit, actually. To think about something that may or may not even occur before it even happens. Like someone's like, watch out for that vehicle. It's that mindset of awareness. Really, at the end of the day, it's not hard to drive. It's just people. Okay. Mindsets are the cause of a lot of crashes. You're reading what you know, what you don't know. Right? Let's say. And you're letting yourself have some kind of outside influence. Not necessarily alcohol. I'm not talking about drugs here. I know that's an influence as well for people. But I'm talking maybe music. Maybe there's a song that you're jamming out to that is actually ripping you away from your full understanding of the environment that you're around, where you're not able to read every little detail because your part of your brain is preoccupied with the song. That's absolutely an influence. It's for me. If people are multitask, well, sure, you can multitask. But do you realize? Do you want the radio on when you're in fucking rush hour with people on a highway system that have demons where there's at least a part of them that wants to run you over and kill you? Or run someone over and kill them? All you have to do is provoke that. And watch someone become the killer they always fantasized to become. They're called bugs and glitches. Demons have them. Angels don't. Demons find someone's demons and find their triggers, and you can make someone a murderer while you just be having them reveal who they are. It's like a disorder. Someone who's mentally disabled, but they're mentally disabled like demonically. Like they're really evil, just trying not to be evil. But it's like, am I evil if I'm able to think about what they could be thinking about, and also allow myself to try to take on that persona, and then start to feel what it would be like to have that demon. You see, now what's happening is that I'm inviting their demon into my life, to my soul, by transforming into that character is also allowing that. So a controlled environment, now you have to actually worry because you actually have a demon. Now you do, because you just absorbed it. But then you outcast it, banish it. See what I'm saying? So it's, in other words, there are so many harbiters, people that are harboring demons, where it's like they are like keeping them, like they're keeping demons hostage. And like if you just be like, oh, I'm just gonna poke here and watch them go to threatening town, and then watch them transform into their demon. If you wanted to send someone to jail for a long time, then you would just poke their demon, and they would literally, probably do something severely, horrible that would actually get them caught, because most of them never prepared for the aftermath, never had an imagination or creativity to worry about what came next. Most serial killers get caught because there's a part of them that actually, caves in, I think. Now, the ones who don't, that are mastered patterns, now those are the real worries, right, in the world, is those that are really strong, clever about their demons, where they don't have they're just pure evil, but they're crafty about it, like hiding it. I mean, out in the woods, there ain't cameras everywhere. And it's like, people don't even know who they know, like, right? Because they say, or that a lot of bad people are family friends. Turn out, it's like, oh, I knew this person my whole life, and then they turn around and you find out, like, what the fuck? That's because they were blinded. They were, somehow, whether it was they were struggling with their demons, or they weren't around, and were just the person was smart enough to get inside other people's minds, perhaps, by timing and location wise. That's what I think. But you gotta keep that up. Let's say someone went down that road. You don't want them to be able to get away with it. So you have to figure out how to make them fuck up. So to be able to make one fuck up, because that's how they're gonna get caught, you have to be able to think about how can one do and make indestructible. Go about a way to figure out all these ways. Because if you think one way, then you're already like setting yourself up for failure. Potential failure. It's like there's all these programs and conditioning. But this is why there's alpha dominant type people that are owning humans as I speak in clear daylight. And you wouldn't even know. Unless you provoked it in an audience that would witness. Right? What the hell is Jehovah Witness? The kingdom of God all about? But this poking the times. It's character creation and destruction. It's like, why the hell is Jehovah Witness not making movies? Why is it all... What? I heard that most humans that make movies, if they are religious, are Jewish. How accurate that is? I don't actually... I believe there is a percentage, quite big, but not all of them, no. I think they're incorrect with the all. Was my religion. I could create one and destroy one. My religion, I don't believe. I know. See, I see and have seen party systems, structures, wannabe gods. Some with power and knowing how to measure better than others. I haven't seen an almighty God. I swear that the Almighty is everything and nothing. Through my experiences, it's not a being. It's the particles of existence that poof and reappear and are manifested and created. The Almighty is whoever the hell can rule it the best. And for how long can they? Because I believe a lot of gods can be undone. And I think that's why gods are weak when they are known. Or can be. And then they use selective and power. Like, why is God anonymous? Because they don't want you to know who it is, what it is, or they'll put a troll on it and say this is God. Even religions, I believe, could do that to try to hide this the power of the entity or the being they're supporting. Giving them power. I mean, you give people power, but what they do with it, even ordinary people can be gifted power. But what they do with it, see how many people get $1 million and waste it and do nothing with it, nothing productive at least. Such a waste. If I had $1 million, in this day, it wouldn't be enough to do everything, but it would certainly help in the footing of getting closer to home. It could speed up the process. Shit, I've been making movies probably. If I didn't find my home, then I would be a solo finding ways to make things. I'd have unlimited resources to my disposal. I'd be buying resources where I could make my own engine, and I would be working on a video game while I'm working on an animated movie while I'm working on other stuff. I could totally see that. When it would get done, if it's just me, 10 decades, I don't know, 10 decades, 10 years, probably, but a decade, and if I'm lucky, that's just me, but it still would take a long time, even with that money. It's just me. That's the thing. If I could have someone else help out or something else, then it would also speed it up. That's just like if I was just doing it by myself. It would take a long time, but it would get done. It would just take longer to get done. And I'm not saying I need a team, because in a way I could get shit done in less than 5 years, I believe. A big project even. In less than 5 years if I had at least just one partner that knew what the hell they were doing and had a career, and could help me on it. Alright, I'm gonna shut this off. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and my armpit itches and other wonderful things at the moment. So I'm gonna go impulse triggers. Completely like forces upon, like if you're at war and who you become in those patterns, if you don't design you, then what will design you? If you cannot render the itch of discomfort and know what has triggered the itch, then how the hell are you going to be able to rule the world? Here's how. You stop worrying about yourself. Let yourself go. Let yourself become designed. And start worrying about the world more than oneself. You'll find if you do this, everything will take form and shape, one way or another. And you could filter and find things out. You know how many shapes and forms I've had throughout my life? To say that it only happened as an adult would be a lie. As a kid, I was fat, and I wasn't. And I was anorexic, and I was in incredibly good shape. Not all at once, but I changed and adapted. Now, if you've been one structure your entire life, Brendan Fraser, perfect, really good example. How someone who had worked out, who had muscles, was in fantastic shape, is questionably now overweight and bloated. How do you know if someone loves you until you blow up and see if they stay? See if they still love you. It's the indoctrination to stop oneself from de-aging. The great race. What that's good for? Character creating. It's great for acting. But so is blowing up. Like if it calls for the role, the character. I mean, obese can be energetic. Can have the cardio that people say it can't. Believe it or not. What someone would call obese and say this is what will happen to you isn't necessarily accurate. If there's channelers and filters and exchanging energies. Jack Black, one of the world's funniest actors. Sure, he could change his appearance. But let's be for real here for a moment. The association and the characters that one is familiar with can give a transfixed of how you get hired and what you get hired for. And but I think he would be able to adapt to, for sure, adapt to like becoming muscular. I mean, what a change if The Rock whipped him in shape, right? Or something like that. One day. And that, but at the end of the day, look at some. Okay, so there's comedians, different type of comedians. When I volunteered, I used to volunteer at a comedy club, and some comedians depended off self-defecation to make the audience laugh. They succeeded in getting laughs, which is the biggest, important thing a lot of times with what you say about comedy, or comedians. Your sole purpose, really, in the end of the day, is to make people laugh. Even if it's at the expense of yourself. But the thing is that I've watched comedians self-deprecate on themselves and not be able to take it afterwards. They're able to take it on the stage. They show that. But afterwards, what you don't see, trust me, they're suffering. Quite a bit of them do. I met a couple through my experiences that never returned. Never did, like they literally quit for a long, like on the spot, because despite that they did a good performance, they did a successful performance, they could have come back, they were more than welcome. They just, they did what they needed to do to make other people laugh. They just hurt themselves in the process of doing it. Now, when you go on stage and you do that kind of stuff, and if you're going to do that to yourself, you got to be able to take that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't do it. I mean, I do think I don't really like that type of comedy, not really my thing, but I know there is a bunch of people that do like it, but there's like this a comedy that's, I think it's right now, like what I'm eyeing for comedy is being more creative, where it's not even, judgment. Because if you think, like, a lot of comedy, but not, like, is so judgmental, but depends on judgmentalness, and to twist it. Because people know it's true, a lot of it, and they're able to make fun of it and bring the audience along with them. And then there's the possibly more interesting ones that are able to recreate and bring people on the stage through in what I call invisible props. Like being able to bring the audience with them with, zero props even is pretty astonishing. I never did it on stage, well, on a room stage, and, I've done it off stage, but never on a stage. But I've done it when I did acting class in high school. It was an acting exercise, invisible props, and it works very well with comedy. So it works better with comedy because people don't want to see horrific things. It's like it brings me back to the whole, all those ways to die. Like that exercise. I don't remember the exact name. But I kept thinking how bloody, negative, like, it was in the back of my mind. Thinking, like, and then people going all in the class so serious about how they're dying, what they're leaving behind. Like, this is this has to be, like, real. And I'm sitting there looking at it like, these are invisible props. Does the audience really want to see horrific shit in their mind? Because if I'm envisioning and able to receive, even if someone's able to put something down on the playing field, that then, I'm like, I think this needs to be twisted and turned on purpose. And that's where I came in. I was the only one who did it in the classroom. It was flip it on its head and turn it into dark comedy instead. So, because I was like, this shit's too serious. That's why I was like, I get free reign. No one said I had to do a certain prop. I can do, it's a freelance exercise. It's not even a damn play. So I'm like, I don't know, I'm like, let's make all the actors laugh, all the actors in the room laugh. And I'm the guy in the hoodie, that doesn't exist, walks into the fucking room in a hoodie, and if I said hi and I believe I did, might have, and it's like, I still don't exist. No one wants to talk to me. Nobody. But that's my gift, is that how I can be nobody, and people don't expect me. They expect the worst, if they do, a lot of times. They don't expect me to get up on stage and put on a performance or do something different. It's actually an advantage, believe it or not. So it's sometimes I want to be like, act like I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Like, some part of me is like, maybe I should just walk into the room like clueless, and then act like I'm scared. It makes me wonder, like, if I'm invisible, and then I start acting a certain way before I'm even on stage, that makes people kind of like, are looking at me, but they're looking at me like skewed, like slightly stirred. And then I get up and I do something. But whatever it is, I gotta combat it. I can't do the same thing. So if I do the same thing, it could lower and make it so next time, if I did do something similar, it could make it seem like, oh, well, he'll never do anything creative, for the next time. So it's like this whole mysterious thing of flipping things on its head. And it's like, don't overthink it. Because someone's like, oh, come up here and accept your award. No, I don't think I will. It's like, what the fuck are you here for? No, thank you. Aren't you an actor? Maybe. I'm feeling more like an observer at the moment. I think my job right now is to sit here and pretend that I don't exist. So how's that working for you? Actually, I'm used to it. It feels quite natural at this point in my life. Does it make you feel bad? It can. I mean, all I gotta do is be like, how did I feel when I was a kid? And then now I just gotta fight not crying and looking like a blubber. It's like, oh my God. It's like, don't make it too dramatic now. Like, Jesus, I don't believe it. Cringe fest. Cringe works. In a lot of ways, it does. I mean, one of the greatest comedians was completely cringy. I forget his name. But Jim Carrey played him. And Man on the Moon. Like, thank you very much. You know, it's the most... I don't even know if there ever was a cringy comedian like him that made it work. You know, come to think about it. Like, the actor, he was unique. For sure. I mean, there is like other actors that brought different things to, I think that people catch on later on, like, that are no longer, or that have passed away, that you could say, that were also associated with the comedy. And some were all about, literally, like I said, some, even on screen, there were self-defecation, or someone was defecating them, and they would be witty about it and find ways around it, which felt to me that, knowing what that can do to a person, that I like to put stars, quotation marks around the word can, though, and wonder why someone is fighting depression off screen. It doesn't take much to actually be able to understand that, because I can absolutely feel it myself. Like, if I was self-deprecating or being self-deprecated, and my character was, and I let myself take that experience off screen and feel it in the real world, because the truth is, it happens in the real world. This ain't just a exclusivity to a character. So that's the thing. It's just, it's sad. It even, even to severely, rememberable actors that aren't really associated with that, but are more associated with, intelligence. They don't even need to have self-defecation or someone defecating them to be able to have an intellectual mindset, and their comedy could be smart and witty, and they're so open to things that it can affect them off screen. And I believe that, and especially if like higher ups, because if you don't know how to hire yourself, if you're an actor and you're not a producer, you're not a director, you kind of do sign yourself up for potential failure by just being an actor, because you're kind of just going along with this am I allowed? I gotta figure out how to worm my way in, as an actor, and doing that is, and potentially not learning how to be a producer or director, I think, in the business could eventually lead to very big codependency issues, potentially. So it's like where you are not, you get to be more independent, other words, with your decision making in some cases, but where you don't have to connect as much. But it's, but also it's, but imagine if you want to roll and you went out and said something like, I would do it for free. You basically, and people feel that and relate. Imagine what, people go their lives with their mindsets not entirely on emotions, but on and deviating over to the bill, to the dollar. And then, and if they're going to look at it, you'll start seeing that maybe some of these hirees are evil as fuck. Because let's be real, Hollywood ain't full of sunshine and dandelions, fucking lovely, glorious angels. That would be a paradise. Hollywood is also hell. And it's like it's the hell of the painting heaven, that you know how to paint heaven and hell. And there's just some people that are more, less evil than others. And there's those that are evil. And to say that they don't exist isn't going to make them not exist by just denying it. So it doesn't work like that. So it's just like, it's different. It's, people take advantage of people, I think, every damn day about just the, alone when I was at Hollywood Boulevard, the offer I got, and thinking where that would have took me if I did do it, and and I didn't chose not to. So, which was pornography, and I think about that experience and thinking like, and even having the interview, like basically almost in a fucking broom closet, which is not even in an office. So it's, because you just come across, and it's like, I'm thinking, and I remember being like, I'm not going in that room. It's like, that's how people get fucking gangbanged, raped in rooms like that. And I have thinking, well, someone probably was raped in that room. I kept, I was like, if I wasn't aware of this, and I was not an escape artist, I didn't have a mindset like that, let's say, and then I followed through, my fate is no longer in my hands. For I'm now trapped in this room with no intellectual process to know how to get out. And I'm like, imagine freezing right before, something horrible happens to you. And I can't. I absolutely can't imagine that. And it, like, it's, horrifying the only way I can even make it entertaining is if I twist it and say, hey, what if we turn this into an actual horror movie? But it's, see what I'm saying? Like, but the thing is, it's very real, though. Like, that shit's very real. Like, it's coming from a very real place. So it's, it's just like this terrifying to know that there are those who are unaware that could be in a situation like that. And like in even Santa Monica, I swear walking by certain houses, it sounded like some people were being raped in certain houses. I just watched a family look like they were about to sell their kid to someone. There's some fucking sketchy shitty around there. So it's, and I'm just like, all those horrifying stories you hear about, like, usually it's associated with Disney, right? Like, where Disney has this whole underground ring of sex trafficking or whatever. In occultism, it starts to become like, oh, this ain't fiction. This actually is very real. Like, very, very real. I mean, it's just like anybody in an organization that, finds someone that they share, equal, dark, evil motives with, and then they just decide to collab on it to do whatever they desire, if they can. And it's like, it's just like, yeah, I do believe that if you are not consciously aware or mentally aware, and if you're just an artist, for the love of God, if that's all you are, and you don't have a mind to be able to put up shields and know how to say no, or know how to keep yourself from being entrapped, then you could be in a really bad situation in Hollywood for sure. I mean, when I was in Hollywood, one day I was there, it was during the Super Bowl, and I froze then even, and I didn't go to the Super Bowl because, I mean, I don't know, I didn't have the money, and I didn't, I just didn't have the money to go by myself. So, because I was just by myself. So, where I might have, possibly, but anyway, I was laying there in the bed. I'm laying there for most of the day, like just listening to all of the commotion and sound and absorbing like all the sounds in Hollywood, on Hollywood Boulevard and out there to the point I was able to hear the singers from all the way from the stadium echoing while other people were playing other music, and then having like this shining, like I was experiencing schizophrenia at a high time level, in Hollywood Boulevard, like hearing one voice above them all, and I'm taking that in, and I'm like, I don't have this shining ability to go fucking back to Stephen King's The fucking Shining. But I'm here, I'm listening to someone in my head, and I'm like taken aback, and I'm almost like frozen, and I'm like, and and then worried, what if I say what their name is? It's going to render, because it's like, would you be in a relationship with this person that was in your head? And then it's like, well, I wouldn't say no. There's some kind of attraction. So it's interesting that, but at the same time, it's like, what if you fall in love with someone that makes it so you forget who yourself is, and then you're able to potentially be killed by blindly going to your significant other, trying to trust everything. You see what I'm saying? It's literally the definition of someone killing someone by never even laying a physical touch on someone, but entering their mind. And I was able to say no to, I was able to say no to potentially my soulmate. Who knows? But, so, there's that. The Shining. I'm going to call that schizophrenia. You know, I felt like it was overwhelming, and I didn't want to be, a big part of me did not want to be in that crowd. I was like, if I go out there, anything can happen. Anything can happen. And including me forgetting and if I do something stupid, which I'm capable of, just like every other human being, then I would lose myself in that rain, and I would be it would be my fault because I let it happen. I let it happen. I let something or someone enter my head for destruction. And in that moment I knew that today was not the day that I get up on the stage. You know, that today is not the day that I go out there. There's always another day, a much better day. So, and that's the thing, like it's, you know, it was a big experience for me for sure. Because I felt like when I was there, that I didn't learn anything. Really, is what I felt is that it was confirmation. It was like confirmation to what my kid self, you know, my younger self said, that I always knew, that, you know, it just, you know, but at some point you're like, you know, you put it in the back of your head, you know, you're just kind of like, and it goes like, well, don't do that, you know, because people think you're crazy. But yes, when they let's just put it this way: Los Angeles they don't call it the city of fallen angels for no reason, for nothing. Is it satanic? There's unholy presence for sure, and there is also holy presence at times. You know, it's a mixture, but I would say that it is, if there was a war in a heaven or a hell between heaven and hell, Los Angeles would be the gate to that purgatory, potentially, to a guaranteed war between the two. So, in New York City, actually, believe it or not, it makes New York City look like the fucking Holy Bible. Shit. I mean, LA makes New York City look like it's a sweet, wonderful place. New York just don't give a shit. New York can be like, fuck off. But also, New York can make you disappear. So, it's not all sunshine and dandelions in New York either. It's a very dangerous place as well. But it's also, I believe, to a lesser organized mind, you know, that New York is way more survivable. Despite that, you could be like, I could sleep on the beach in LA, or I could sleep on the streets during the blistering cold winters in New York City. And believe it or not, sleeping in New York City is going to make you more vigilant, or it's going to shut you down. For me, it was, the mixture of, the lack of sleep and fighting where you can sleep and not get robbed while you're sleeping. When I went to there. So in LA, everybody's in everybody's mind. It's like a mind-reading playground that has its own pros and cons. It might have been safer, actually. I didn't never slept in LA. Never homeless in LA. I was homeless in New York City once, but never in LA. But I thought about it in LA, and I could have been let myself be there in LA, but I guess I chose not to. I took the window of opportunity to not do it, but some people do it all the time. But I didn't actually do it in LA. Once my time was up financially on where I was renting, I folded out, and on Valentine's Day, I believe, was the last day I was in LA, I believe, in a different year, not this year. And I remember LAX trying to confiscate my water. My fucking water. And I'm like, it's open? And I'm like, listen here. I said, you honestly believe that this water contains something that could equip a bomb? And I said, if that was actually accurate, scientifically accurate, then wouldn't it be in my system because you just sat there and watched me drink it before I even walk through? Would, this liquid still be in my body? And it's like when you're looking at the plastic bottle. And I'm trying to fucking understand perhaps what the fuck they're even talking about. And I think they're, and I'm like, dude, this makes me think if someone, wanted to do something, it wouldn't be that hard because they're so concerned over a water bottle that they didn't even check my entire bag. Believe it or not, they didn't even check my entire bag. So I could have had something in there, which I didn't, but I could have. And they didn't even check it. They instead were so busy with a couple items and then looking more at my water bottle. I've had so many things get stolen through airports by the actual security guards. Asking, literally, how many things of deodorant I've lost because they deemed my deodorant, my fucking deodorant, incapable of, or of being a security threat of some kind. It's fucking absurd, and no wonder why. They're looking at that shit, and I'm looking at them like, no wonder why you fuck up. No wonder why you fuck up. This tells me right now all I need to know about your imperfections. And why, if someone really wanted to do something, they would simply just surrender their deodorant. They would just be like, oh, you found these few objects. despite I have a water bottle in that bag that time I did, and they never even fucking cared about the water bottle. They were like, oh, okay. They just overlooked it and selected this bad, that bad. Literally, this bad, that bad. Like, I'm a security guard. Let me decide, what's bad, what's not. But let me be like, choose that and that. This is clear to go. Literally, then I look through one zipper, and the main zipper, which is in front of your fucking face, never look at it once. Or glance at it and just be like, yep, it's good to go. And I'm like, no wonder why some sick fuck would actually walk onto the plane with something that would actually, they would even be able to walk onto the plane with something that would actually be a security threat. Especially if they're checking everybody's bags like that and deciding on a few things being unacceptable is mind-blowing, like retarded to the point that they almost want to fail. It's fucking stupid. And I literally, last time I was in LAX, spoke up. At that point, I had it. I was like, listen, it was on Valentine's Day. I said, this is a fucking water bottle with water that is, like, literally, if there is a bomb, then I just consume the contents of this. Then if that's the case. It's so, like, fucking crazy and accurate. And it's going through all those measures. It's just like, yeah. And I remember people being like, oh shit, I'm gonna go down. It's just like, you people, I did say that. And I did get that thing like, what do you mean by you people? And I said, I'm not going down that road because you know very well what the fuck I mean. As security training goes, of everybody that is associated with this business, like the people that are associated with this business, see, twisting again. It's like, it's so fucked up. It's like they literally, they're in their training exercise. It's just, it's like, damn. I can't imagine. That's the thing. I can't imagine an actual psychopath bringing on something and hiding the ingredients. If it's such a threat, they let things go by and chose selectively on people's content the way they did me, then they would be able to walk on to that damn thing threatening all our lives. It's like, if it's the case that someone says, I got a bomb, and they're on the plane, they say it, isn't that part of security's fault? Like, did you not just let them actually have that on there? Like, what is the point of security? Like, it's like, oh, well, we make mistakes sometimes. Well, you shouldn't. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? No one should be able to bring any of that shit. So it's just like completely fucking... It does say that security is almost pointless. There's the way they run things. It suggests that they don't even have a fucking clue 100% what they're gonna do. It's like if something like that happened, they're just responding to it. They're not mentally, psychologically equipped for the career set that they choose. Like, they can just pull someone off the street and say, do you want to be a security guard? You know, it's like, I like the way... You know how many security guards that want to kill people? Like, that you have a conversation with them and you literally, like, their inner demons. They just pick someone up on the street. Like, they're almost like just... I like your size, you're muscular. You'll hold people back. You're hired, you know? No, like, who are you? I want to know who you are, you know? Like, nothing like any questioning whatsoever. They're just like, they fit the profile. You could be hiring a mafia cartel, just be, you know, person from the fucking, you know, kills people for a living. Just because you sized them up and deemed that they were strong enough to guard your door. But you didn't care, they just needed to get the job done. You didn't care that you hired a mafia cartel member that had connections that could one day decide to take over your bar or club. You know, shit like that. Like, why? People do fucked up things all the time. Stupid things. It'll never work in New York City unless it's like a disappearance. But, you know, a lot of times it's in plain sight because there's so much shit going on that there ain't enough police to be running around Manhattan for every fucking situation. The more louder things are going to catch their attention. I mean, if you put them on the payroll, for God's sakes. Shit. You're talking like inside stuff and being connected and talking to demons. To think that every person that has a career set, that it, military background, police background, doesn't have evil intentions of some kind. They could literally be offered the dream of their life behind the scenes in trade for a sin. And most of them would accept it because they only live once. And they rarely get what they want out of their own career. That's the thing, even the best of people fold under great pressure of things, and I've witnessed it, seen it, where people have folded because of that. It's the same thing, like, should you be in the business if you depend on money? It's the same thing, the hero business is a pain in the ass. It's a sacrifice for sure. And those who want to do it, that's the thing, is that I don't think anybody in their right mind wants to be a hero. You know, unless they have some kind of ego, interest, or some other alternate reason, like they want to be a hero. Like, it's almost like suggesting that there's some part of you that's evil just by wanting it. Like, you want evil to exist so you can be heroic, and, you know, because if there were no villains, there'd be no heroes, no necessary heroes. There were no situations, So it's like the point of a hero. Like, the most absurd thing I've ever heard, still this day, I still try to be like, why do you want to be a hero? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, the hero, a hero is a responsibility. It's like a activation code that, it's not something you want. It's something it's an instinct that is activated. And you either have it or you don't. You can. And do I believe even heroes can freeze? Yeah. And if they're unaware of something, all it takes is thinking that can stop some. Sometimes they depend on not thinking for their respond. So a lot of responders, if they thought, they would never respond. Think about it like that. And then some responders where they can't think. So it's like they're just literally like, because think about the soul-crushing sacrifice in a fixed time. It happens. It's real. And so that even, the imperfections of humans with struggling, even the people that are trying to do good can still fail. That's what I'm saying. Wanting is I don't want to be a hero. I would much rather, I want to not to have heroes. It's to begin with, there shouldn't have to be heroes. It's all the problems. It's the same thing that people got pissed off with me when I mentioned in this county, when I mentioned that, people relocating problems and never solving them. It's like they just relocate the problem. And listen to this, several people will be like, well, it's not my problem. Well, and then if it'll be like, pass it on to the next generation. Like I said, they're not solving the issue. They're only relocating the issue. The United States of America, though, genuinely is, if there ever was a mentally disordered government that was so fixated on being temporary more than anything in its nature to support both good and evil, then it's like, and the deciding factor of people, it's for the people, which means it's for whoever rises in the numbers. If one day a bunch of evil people decided to take over the government, the United States Constitution would support it. So it's like it wouldn't legally deny them from access to it. So that's like how bad it is. It's all timers. And it's like, if someone's going to change it, you want to be careful on who does that and how it's done. That's true, because it's insane. No, it really is. The United States is insane. From it's designed to ring around the rosy, pocketful hosies. We all fall down, ashes to ashes. It's and rise from the ashes, and and whether you're buried in the ash doing sin or not, and whether that sin is more favorable to that community or not. I mean, is murdering a chicken to eat a chicken evil? Well, it's still killing an animal. You know, it's so you can ask and debate the question, and like it's like someone asked me, "Are you evil?" You know, and I'm like, I'm evil because I eat meat. I may not have murdered the animal, but I sure in hell am eating what someone had sinned to do, and I am here sinning differently. So the answer is yes, there is a part of me that is evil, or has been. So, but not necessarily what you may have been thinking. So it's all this stuff that you take in and absorb, and what sins are allowed, what isn't. You know, for God's sakes, you know, murder, you know, the whole thing on babies and, you know, is, you know, unborn babies still being babies, like, scientifically, it's a lot like forget-me-not blues, to try to make people forget the horrifying things that they're doing so they can keep doing them. It's like people trading things, because some people are like, well, I just want to lust and have sex. But if the whole world is doing that, all girls are just recklessly having sex, and they could just, you know, kill their babies, or, you know, or abortions, and because they don't want to be mothers, you know, is definitely questionable. You know, it's like, even if it feels good for them, and they're like, they want to, you know, it's again, lust feels amazing, but it's also not sustainable. It's not it's something that is like an addiction that people have to keep going back for, because they never truly get what they want 100%. They always get enough for that moment, that mind-blowing enough, but it's like they're constantly drawn. They could stop in that moment, but it's like afterwards, it's like once you have a taste, it could drive you in further and further, like a drug. The first time is unforgettable. The second time depends a lot more on the performance, if it has sustainability for the average person to remember. And imagine being able to share your love with someone that you actually love and want to spend the rest of your life with, your significant other. What do you share with that person when you've shared all of yourself with other people? What do you have left to give? That is, you know, it's just like, it feels a lot like design. How I look at someone who has been around, and if I were to give in and establish on a relationship with someone who has, that I'm making a definitely unfair trade to begin with, for sure. And I'm accepting that it's an unfair trade, because I will never be, you know, the person that, you know, it's always this thing that I think that people do share is sacred, you know, this thing that really creates this bond. As even marriage goes, it's you're married once, and how easy it is for people to move on to the next and get married again. And it's just like they're just able to completely deny the toxicity and the poison. And it's like the only way to enjoy is to forget that you get the short end of the stick. You know, it's like, because can you imagine that if you were all into the purity, the hell that individual would be feeling in this very moment would be far more superior than one who has and is okay with the lust train, you know, and going about and accepting that path, because it's much easier just to lust and not care and just fuck and have sex with whoever the fuck you want whenever you want. It's fun, right? Lose yourself to the music. Just fuck it. Recklessness, the best experiences you have in your life, and anything that comes to try to do that. The trade is you lost purity. You are always going to either constantly depend on that same pattern that you got yourself into, where you love yourself more to the point you don't need anyone. You just get the sexual trade. You need that much. You depend on that, but it's like you just keep going, and then finally you find someone who's good for you, and that person's like shuts them off because they are just fine with toxicity. It's become associated with their DNA of who they are, and everything else is just a dream. You know, it's, you know, or it's the sacred path where someone is a virgin, 40-year-old virgin, let's say, and they're finding it hard to tell people the truth, let's say, because if they tell them, then they're going to be, you know, they're going to have to be able to carry that like a, you know, like an honorable trophy, or they're going to be shit on, right? So it's, and be destroyed, letting people destroy them. And think about who's interested in that. Lots of porn stars, even. A lot of lusters who have been with many people would find that very attractive, believe it or not. They would be totally for it. The thing is that they would never, ever truly love them. They would only pop their cherry and give them a sexual experience and then say farewell. And at that point, if someone went down that road and they were truly sacred, their entire view from coming from a religion or a belief or structure would be absolutely devastatingly crushed. And in their whole view on life would change drastically, because, you know, imagine that they'd be like a failure and say, you know, and even potentially probably commit suicide. Some would be like, fuck it, there's no such thing as love. They'd come to the conclusion there's no such thing. So it's like all these different types of scenarios, but it's at the same time, like if it wasn't, and you found this other person and you grew with them, and then you have something that most people don't have. It's just not just a beautiful couple. It's a couple that grew together, that shared together from the beginning. And there's nothing more pure than that. When two share together. You know, because if one does and the other doesn't, it's a sensational experience, but a lesson, you know, or a surrender. And when one does, it becomes, you know, when two do, I mean, it becomes something harmonic, like unbelievably tuned to perfection. It's more than a sensation. It's not just a sensation. It's not just an experience. It's like a holy trinity of like nothing you could compare it to be. You've like mastered. Like you've literally have come to the grand, like to find words to describe how perfect and great. There ain't an English word for it. It's a whole other language, a whole other transcendence of growth and prosperity that is shared. But that most people will never be able to have. But you could say that, you know, after so many years, a person becomes a virgin. I've heard that. They're talking about the body and neglection and what happens to the body a lot of times, but they're not talking about the soul or spirit. That's what they're missing, is that's, you know, as well, is that they could, you know, it's interesting because it does show redemption in a character and for past sins, and can be compatible. I think a lot of that, like thinking about all the possibilities and stuff like that, and differences of individuals, those who are more active, more careless, more like what's real, what's not, seeing things a lot of times and hearing things. You know, let's say you're on stage, blind date, and then saying that you're falling for this person that you think you never would, is like, you know, it's feels very fake, very forged most of the time. Like, I don't know. I just see a lot of things, all the ones too. So it's a flood, and just choose one thing to verbally speak. To say a lot of things all at once. But I will say that no career in this world or no money in this world is comparable and better than true love. True love is priceless. It's something you can't buy, can't sell. It's just like when you find her, and you mesh, you click, and you're inseparable. From that day further, you move in, and or they move in, and whatever situation you're in. It really doesn't matter, because as long as you're with that person, that's all that matters. It's that powerful. Like, they could literally be in the garbage can, out back in the dumpster sleeping, and you'd be surprised if that's who they are. They find each other, and then that's, they can even grow out of the garbage and get a fancy luxury, apartment, mansion or something. It's just like they're compatible everywhere, because that's how it works. It doesn't matter what they have, where they're at, how they're living. They could literally probably even kill someone, and the world could be on them, and it still wouldn't matter, because you would always love them more, and they would also love you, though. That's the thing, that people think that they love someone that doesn't love them, even if they don't. That's not what I'm talking about. That's toxicity. Is that right there? It's a Taylor Swift song. It's, that you don't want that relationship, because that's gonna fuck you up in the long run. You want that whole priceless where nothing is value. Avril Lavigne once said that, cheap, for example, and it's like, and looking at that, I do believe when you're in the spotlight, and what you see is also not what you see. And what that means is that you understand that something went wrong. I mean, that much is clear to everybody. But if it was real, or it's staged. Because if it's not, then it's staged. So it's, so you think about stuff like that, and think, well, if you're famous and you have been in multiple relationships, that what makes someone going to finally be your last? If you've had 10, that's like suggesting that you will never find that person. It might even be soul destructing for someone if they really wanted to, if they genuinely wanted to, but yet they went down a road that they shouldn't have, But it's the redemption road, right? That would have to come back on to, and that's sacred. But you see that, like, just this whole, like, where people are in life, and it's like, if I look at myself, and I could see and feel. I have the ability to do so, and I can also shut myself off. but it's like, you know who you're attracted to. You know possibilities, especially if you're attracted to them. You also know that you could ruin your life with this person, or kill yourself with this person, or get yourself in a situation that will ultimately kill you. Possibly. As crazy as that sounds, I do believe that one is stupid enough to allow oneself to be blinded for such a thing called love. And that, I think, is stupid. Pleasantly stupid until it's not. Until it turns into a straight up nightmare. But that's why it's like, you know who you like. You know the possibilities. But you don't know, what you don't know is who. And maybe there's a part of you that believes that you do. If you ever witnessed The Shining and had a voice in your head, or our voice is, it can become more confusing. If you had a voice in your head, you could become deceived by the very idea, the very experience. The experience enough is to intoxicate oneself through that experience, a sensation to convince them that that is their soulmate. And then someone will be like, you are obsessed. And they can decide what they're going to do with Mr. or Mrs. Obsessed. Good or for bad. It's fascinating art at the same time as a devastation to hearts, to genuine love. But some of the best art does come from suffering. But it's, like I said, it's complicated. But it doesn't have to be. You can give in, become reckless, enjoy the time and experience while you have it, and just pray to God that it lasts, because you're no longer in control. And that's how you should know that it won't last, because Hollywood is a cruel God. It's not a God that loves love. It's a God that loves exploiting experiences for pleasure and lust. That's why you need to be vigilant, why you need to know, and why you need to not be blind when you love. Because if you do, you're gambling. If you know, then it's your own fault if it goes bad. It's not your partner's. It's your fault. The individual that allowed it to be. Knowing very well what you're going down, what road, and who you're going down with it with. Now, if you don't know, it's just, or you might even know and have an excuse saying they don't know. Or they might actually not know, but have surrendered constantly. So it's a fascinating arc. Like, there's lots of people who could walk up to me right now and would be a definite no. And there's even less that would walk up to me that could and would be a definite yes. But one thing I know about myself is that I know who I'm compatible with and who my significant other is. You know, no matter what, in the beauty, you know, so many girls that I'm attracted to. That's how I know I'm straight. Is that she's always involved in the entertainment industry, if she has a career at all. It would be understanding characters, creation and destruction, and you know, stuff like that. And whether it's music or acting, being a musician or acting, or you know, it's. I know it's not an ordinary, normal person, because if she was, she still wouldn't be. She probably wouldn't even have a job. She would be disconnected, or, you know, that's what I'm saying, like, she could be just a fucking Twitch streamer, but still know that stuff, but she's definitely not doing a normal career. That's what I'm saying. That's one thing I know. Because if she is, it's not her, it's only temporary. And in my stance, I may be able to give them a way out. But I can't guarantee that I can go with them on their way out, because they didn't actually learn how to do it themselves. If I just provide it, then they're already, it's like opening the door of freedom. And they're going to look back at their job and look back at me and be like, fuck that job. And it's also going to leave me behind, potentially. So in some ways, the job is like a prison you can hold against your significant other if you are in a hellhole like that, which is toxic. And that's why I say that's a hell no. The character she has is always this, knows characters, knows exactly what I'm talking about, and it will always be there. And the same, and you know, she knows there ain't no career in this world that would match someone like that, is but acting, you know, or having, you know, the ability to be, you know, to the acting and knowing characters, creation and destruction. That's how I know. That's how I know that it's not just beauty, that beauty is not enough to be in a stable relationship with me. Like, I know that she has to know, and she does, that she would choose me more than I choose her, even. And nobody understands that, but someone who is either shutting themselves out from the world, or if they are in tune to the world, then they're an actress. Or have been associated with the arts. You know, like I said, there's things you'll always know about your significant other. Because if you go the other way, it's not knowing. And it won't last. Because the moment that you do know is the moment that you learn that you know, it's like you're not interested. Unless you don't know. Which is fucking stupid. For God's sakes, paganism has an upper leg on that shit. Kick your ass for paganism, blame it on the witches, give the witches power, be a wizard, a sorcerer. I know very well candidates, like perfect candidates. I could say right now some names that I'm convinced would be, that I believe would be very, 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 like, someone I would spend the rest of my life with for sure if they were interested in me as much as I'm interested in them. But they'd be more interested in me. Like Emma Roberts, for example. She walked up to me right now and said, asked me out, I would, move in with her in a heartbeat. That's what she wanted. Spend the rest of my life with her. There's instant yeses for sure. That you just know. Like, there's certain things you do know. Now, because that's the thing, like, I'm sitting in a room, and I don't know who the hell this person is, and walks up to me. She's attractive as hell, like the last club scene. One of the last club scenes. It says you win. And I don't know who this is. I know nothing about this person. It's just acting. I don't know if I can trust this person. I can't connect with this person. Unless I'm adapting. And, I can. For sure, and I did. But it was all like method acting that could have turned into an amazing script experience at some point. Like, did I have, I was sexually attracted to her? Sure, yes. But did I have feelings of love for her? The answer is no. I don't think so. I don't know. So that's the thing. Like, I sexually attracted to her, but like live the rest of my life with her. I don't see that working out. Like, I don't believe she has what it takes for that. I believe she's a glorified, magnificent one-night stand at best. And that's why, so that's why, everything lines up and goes this way. Like, I don't know, it could have turned in any situation, but instead I found a creative way out. So it's just like, I guess I really do believe in of more and you know, establishing that more of being. There's the growth, the opportunity. There's the what you could be with this person. It's also what they offer, you know, where you would grow to be. And no matter what you choose, they're still with you. In some cases, like, maybe you just want to be a stay-home parent or something, and that's justifiable enough for most people, and you'll get hate regardless, no matter what you do, so might as well potentially then guarantee that you're home waiting. Or you could get into the movie business, but worry, you know, and not like to be apart from your significant other for so long, you know, because that movie business will have you apart for a bit, for a while, and it's like and it's if you're not working together, so maybe imagine only working with your significant other in projects, which is interesting, because you can imagine if there was, you know, hey, it's not unheard of. There's people that work on projects all the time in the entertainment industry that are connected in some way. I mean, there's brothers, there's sisters, there's even, and I don't know if there's significant others, couples, but I want to say there is, but it's interesting. There's a lot of relatives, though, when I think about it. Even the legendary Billie Eilish had help from her brother and actual parents. So it's, you know, so you look at these. There's. It's a fucked, I guess, but at the same time, it's, you know, like what I'm doing right now is great for getting fired at a job, even before an acting career. Like if you know, or something before you would even, if you're even doing this, trying to get a role. I feel like this would be how you would fucking fail, but you'd be setting yourself up for failure. But it's because it's just like too raw. I mean, you know, just saying a name sometimes is powerful enough to destroy something. For some, that's why the name itself has to be rendered powerless in itself to the receiver. Because the name itself, people have 50 million. How many fucking Brandons there are in this fucking world? There is a shitload. You know, it's like, there's nothing special about my name. What's special about me is potentially the best and worst parts is the creation and destruction of worlds and universes and characters. You know, it's my ability to, you know, have an infinite imagination and also be able to bring it to life with those who give a shit. Which are rare. I don't usually come across people like that, and that's why I was selective, but in my case, but I have. I would say some of the best things I have is my infinite imagination. It could also be the worst, because it also invites struggles, you can say. Meeting people in life, and I've met lots of people who have abilities and talents, and I've met people that you can say you can catch feelings, that have no acting talent whatsoever, but I also know that it would never work out in the last, and no matter how hard you try, it's cursed to fail it. You're literally hurting yourself and your significant other more by even attempting the relationship, because it's not designed to last, that one. The only way something's designed to last is a two creative geniuses that share this similar intellectual, thought process for meshing, perfection of connection. Beyond, I'm not talking about the bedroom. I'm talking about the ingredient that makes it last. Because people that say sex is the relationship is an idiot. Because every single one dies if that is their only fucking priority in the relationship. Because there's other things in your life than just that. That, though, is a bonus, which you could get with anybody by being a lusting, sleazy slut if you wanted to be. I mean, if I was a slut, I would own the hell out of it. And I would say it. Or be destroyed by it. I would adapt to it, right? I would also destroy myself, because I would absolutely hate myself for being it, but I would. But I could definitely entertain the idea. I'm great at throwing things in the air, especially if it's words and spells and sound effects and magic. I'm a natural musician. I'm a natural sound. I'm really good with horror films, believe it or not. I'm fucking fantastic with horror films. I could really open a can of uncanny and set it loose. But I can also turn it into a comedy. An hilarious comedy. I can take horror and flip it on its head. But just as much as I can take comedy and turn it into horror. Is it scary? No. That's not the point. I don't watch horror movies to be scared. I don't work on horror experiences to be scared either. But I don't watch movies like normal people usually do. I read movies. Absorb stories. And tear them apart. Into picks. I live and breathe character creation and destruction. Creating a character in a world in my mind is as easy as breathing. If anything, it's too easy. Which it can be very difficult for someone who ain't familiar with the arts. And imagine the heart it would tear apart if one fell in love with me and had no wisdom whatsoever of the arts, they would literally be walking and setting themselves up for self-damnation. And I would feel horrible about that, but I would let it destroy me and just create a new me afterwards. It's that grand old, the killer, like the lights, the right sight. The second you know, you're knocked the fuck out. Your neck's broken, your lies from the ground like some deranged morphing puppet that's not supposed to exist. Sacrificial trade. I don't know. I'm just going down, taking bits and pieces and rattling them all together into a potentially horrific scene. Like where someone's like refitting their jaw back on, and then like they're literally their neck bone, but it didn't break through their skin, but it's like snap back on the side, and they just like click it back, like they're just popping, their arm back in place. Speaking of horror movies, I have a pitch for Scream 7 that I have for a while now. And by pitch, I mean not my original pitch, but I've had a lot of different script ideas for Scream 7. But right now, I'm pretty set and certain that my Scream 7 is an evolutionary script for sure. Hear me out. Wes Craven's The New Nightmare mixed in with Scream. The actors from the original movie return to play the actors who played those characters. And the inspiration behind the serial killer, the Ghostface killer, in there, and the movies that they have, the movies inside the movies, the creative, now is manifested through some sicko's fantasies. I kept sitting there thinking when I went to watch Scream 6 in New York City that any moment now, someone's gonna try and bring Ghostface to life and stab me out, or try to stab someone on the side of the street in Manhattan. I kept thinking, like, it's just a psychopath that decides to go down on a killing spree. Yet Scream exists. So the very concept, the construction of the idea is very real. Perhaps too real for some. So Scream 7 pitch is basically Wes Craven's New Nightmare. About Scream 8. Scream 8 is, I always had in mind, before I had that pitch for Scream 7, of doing a single Sidney Prescott film that had her new family and like investing in a movie with that character for one last flick with her, but that focuses on her family. So in the future, her kids could, go on to other movies. That's what I thought about that as an option, but I also thought about, something that I think is a bit of a missed opportunity, but I always thought that when I was watching Scream 5 and Scream 6, that I saw this girl that was struggling and overcoming. So in a lot of ways, they kind of made it so that her father, that is a part of her, is rendered powerless and set in an activation. So it's like, in a lot of ways, Scream 6, as those characters ever being the killers, has them now rendered where they will never, there's no way a story would make sense. Like if Sidney, like people are like Sidney Prescott, there's no way that would make sense to the actual story if Sidney Prescott was the killer. That's not who she is as of the character they designed. And they now did that with Jenna Ortega's character as well as her sister. So they tore away any possibility whatsoever where they could have spiraled or went in there, and then gave them love interests, which then on top of that invested in more of a family vibe. So it's like their Scream 7, they would just be families, just familiar with that, chaotic Ghostface killer, which kind of isn't really new in any way, but it would be a love letter, like if you wanted to make Scream 9 in like the fucking way out future, right? But Scream 8, Scream 7 is, I think, the more ideal to do the Wes Craven's New Nightmare kind of version of Scream 7 first. And then if you wanted to go back and do the Sidney Prescott standalone film, which I believe there would be plenty of time down the road, because you're only hiring really one original actor that she has to return, and probably Courtney Cox as well would be in Scream 8, but even with their characters, and a couple returning characters that wanted to be associated with a primarily focused film based on Sydney and her family, that would build it so she can have her family go on and make Scream 10 if they wanted to. And Scream 9 would be the love letter to, basically Scream 6. I think there's plenty of room for at least 3 more Scream movies, and only one being in this potential decade. Because I don't see Scream 8 happening until 2030 something. And Scream 9 not until 2040 something. But Scream 7 could happen as early as, you start filming, it could be 2027. Scream 7, 2028. It could definitely happen this decade. but I wouldn't film Scream 8 until like after the middle of 2030, because you want to have Sydney older, even older than she is, and the family, and you want the perspective of her family even being older and her, you know, grandkids and stuff, so you could have a legacy type film of time has passed and where they're at now, showing the growth. Of the main characters, which would be basically be the last Scream movie of the main Scream, which would basically be the final Scream of the story, because Scream 9 would just focus on other characters. That were associated with both Scream 4, 5, and 6. Because Scream 8 focuses mostly on, like I said, the main two surviving characters from the original. And Scream 7 focuses on actually the entire cast of Scream 1, 2, and 3. And even Scream 4. I would actually have appearances. I'd have, because I give me an excuse to bring Emma Roberts back on set as well. I would let them all on. That why not? From at least from the first war. How the movie be presented is, the pitch is really, I think, sell it by itself. If you just say, imagine Wes Craven's New Nightmare meets Scream 7, and be like, well, tell them an experience that you had. Like, imagine walking to Manhattan, or walking to Manhattan to go to the movie theater to watch Scream, and then get stabbed on the street. And be like, that's real. That's very real. Like, they're psychotic. Like, who would be the killer? I mean, can you imagine, though, if the killers from the first movie actually are the killers in Scream 7? Like, because they're just upset with, like, they want to return or something. Like, they've grown obsessed with their own work. The cult classic Scream. That'd be fucking actually kind of fucking creepy, weird, because it basically would be suggesting that a group of actors decided that were a part of a slasher, of one of the greatest slasher films, decided that they would bring a fictional character to life. And the difference is they would be playing themselves. That would also probably act like the characters that they were playing in the movie. Because you're not obsessed. An actor obsessed with the work. Like, that actually alone sounds like a really interesting Scream killer. Like, the Ghostface killer. an actor that's obsessed with his work and decides to actually put on the mask, that's a whole nother layer. That's like taking a new nightmare, Wes Craven's A New Nightmare, and it's, which everyone knows is fiction, and turn it into something more real, because Scream is not Freddy Krueger. It's anybody can put on a mask and decide to go on a killing spree. And they're just attached to Ghostface. It's much, much more real and more terrifying, if you ask me, than any Freddy Krueger Nightmare on Elm Street kind of nonsense. And a lot of times, Nightmare on Elm Street is nothing but a glorified horror fantasy adventure film. If you ever watch those, they're almost comedic at times, in unrealistic, disastrous ways. In fact, I actually would say that Wes Craven's New Nightmare is the most inventive one. Most about letting the genie out the bottle is the real game changer. I think it's a very powerful statement. It's a very powerful film as a horror film. It's probably questionably the best. But if you're going off the actual original films, it's Dream Warriors. A Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is phenomenal. It's the most poetic A Nightmare on Elm Street movie. Though there's no death scene in there that isn't treated like a poem. Or, it's the killing that he does reflects the characters in their dreams. In the previous movies, and even in the after movies, it becomes associated differently. The killings that he does is just to terrorize them. There's no poetry. There's no connectivity. It's just the first one is really just discovery and an art piece. And the second one is just a crazy glorified fucking weird horror adventure, starting off riding a bus in hell and coming back having the time of his life. He loves tormenting kids and coming back, and everybody in town. It has its own clusterfuck of shit going on and disconnectivity. It comes back again, full form through, being pulled. Then Scream 4 takes actually the actors from. You would think Scream 4 would be really good because it has the same cast from Scream 3, but I don't believe it was. I think it fell flat bad, if I recall. One of them was about Freddy Krueger having a baby. It was all about being reincarnated, wanting, and that whole connection. It's and so it's just creepy, it's different, I guess, if you look at it like that. It's more see, I don't know, I think, like I said, Dream Warriors, Scream 3 is, it's different. I don't know, it's just, it has they're all trapped in a psych ward. Nobody believes them. People put them on pills. It's more exclusive. you know, and it's like, you know, it's trying to hide murders. It's almost like Freddy Krueger doesn't exist, and that these people, these are just psychotically killing themselves in like the most like poetic ways. Like there's one that wants to be an actress, wants to be on the TV, and like I said, there ain't a death scene in that movie that isn't associated with a dream and then flipping it on its head and turning the dream into actually their death. But like the good part that people like, and they're thinking that there's like, even from the moment someone, literally the iconic scene where the blood is in the veins is just ripping out from the feet and they're sleepwalking, and like the puppetry, like hover in the background, just operating the sleepwalker like they're a puppet and no one can see it until they wake up, and how they cover up all that, you know, is, you know, honestly, I don't think you could, but it's still fiction. But they drop out of the window, so they kind of say, well, maybe they just exploded. And when they hit, they come back to the ground. See how I said, like, Friday the 13th even has stories in the background. Like I said, that there's a Friday the 13th Part 0 movie. And you want to know what that movie's about? I always saw that movie was about Pamela more than her son. You know, despite that her son, you know, was bullied, dies, and brought back to, you know, I always saw that it was an Evil Dead movie. That I always knew that the Necromonicon was involved in his recreation, or, you know, resurrection to begin with. I thought there's a Crystal Lake that it looks like they're just turning him into a killer, like young Jason killer, which is not connective at all. It's a reboot. Because Jason doesn't even get the hockey mask until later. Doesn't even get it in the first film. But he's not even the main killer in the first film. So, not even the killer, it's his mother. So it's, I don't know, it's just a lot. Like, sometimes people get a hold of IP and lock other people out of it. People that would make a much better story than what they're doing. Look at Star Wars, that god-awful HBO TV show. Like, what the fuck was that? Like, but a disaster. Like, there's nothing remotely interesting. It's not even Lord of the Rings. Just because they take certain characters and pull them in there amongst the mess. It makes me have less hope, actually, when I look at this stuff. Like, you know, there's the Sumerian or something. What is it? Something. There's a story based off of basically songs and singing about the creation of the world, or whatever the Middle Earth is part of. This goes more into detail, I guess, about the creation of elves, and humans, and shit. Falling asleep, putting myself to sleep. True love would be nice, that's for sure. A nice warm body. Can't force shit, or it would just be lust. If you want something to be real, you have a lot of choices in life, you know, or not that many. I have, like, you know, when it comes to, I just kind of like create and do whatever the hell I want, right? For when it comes to the creation aspect, but like what resources I have available to me, you know, and is very limited for sure. And support is pretty zero, actually. That, but so it's. I'm not entirely sure what the right move is 100% myself. I could say moving to New York City would be a good move, but I also say that it would be a bad move. Such a really bad situation as well. It could be a nightmare. It's like gambling. That's why I think the idea of the van life and stuff like that sometimes is more appealing that I see on the YouTube. But what's not appealing about it is the lack of electricity without investing in money for a decent battery that I feel is a requirement. And power, being able to power things for sure. You're going to want things to be able to power things. Yeah. Sacrificial traits. So what, I guess I won't be playing video games for a while. Yippee-ki-yay. On the journey. Be careful with the arms. Battery's dying anyway on the fucking controller. Been streaming for almost 6 hours. And I'm not just going to mute now, I'm going to say transform, create if you dare.